Greetings, humanity.
Yes.
Welcome once more to Channel Other Doc. As you can see, our benevolent overlord of the calendar has brought a guest.
Yes.
I'm Jim. I use he/him pronouns, and this is what may very well be the finale of our campaign of the Ninefox Gambit RPG, a dystopian military sci-fi game based on the machineries of empire stories by Yoon Ha Lee. We're going to go ahead and go around and do our intros. Feel free to tell folks who you are and who you're playing. As soon as sorry, I've been running around like crazy today, so gotta get the brain pieces lodged in there. I will also be devouring bits of the void tonight for dinner as this is going on. But let us introduce ourselves. Let us head over to Pope. Hello.
Hey everybody, Pope here, Pope World Build on the internets, back with Ninefox Gambit crew playing Shoot Us Robin. Both of us use he, him pronouns. And there are the shapes of a plan at play. Will we survive to make it an actual plan and execute it?
I am fully expecting fiery death. Actually, and by fiery, I mean, actually, I have no idea what form it could take. It could take any form. We have so many different kinds of weapons. But we'll see. But now let us head over to Ewan. Hello.
Hello, I am Ewan. I play Mirai Tace, the perpetually put upon and now somewhat terrified. Well, that's been a ongoing thing. Mad scientist / lackey. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, and I'm not in charge here. We're trying to do a team question mark, save the empire, destroy the empire, change the empire. Very, very unclear at this point. I think we all have kind of different motivations and different levels of fuck all of this. So we shall see how it goes.
Yes, indeed. And with such a plan, how could we possibly fail? But now we'll head over to PB. Hello.
Hi, I'm PB, and today I'm going to be playing Undone Floor, and I am she, her pronouns, and I am very excited to see where we go on this finale. Because I know what, I spent yesterday talking on stream kind of describing the game and our motivations and kind of what the world is, and I was like, I know the motivations for the factions and stuff like that, but what are our where are we all gonna end up here at the end? And I'm so excited to find out.
It'll be a journey. It'll be a definite journey. But before we set down the final leg of that journey, you may see us use, I forgot to mention, I'm playing Rahal Graydon, who is supposed to help be of the people who judge and establish the calendar. And so he, alas, is now going to have to do something adjacent to his job, but we're not sure exactly how much of that he's going to do. We'll see very soon. But you may see us use safety tools from time to time, like we do with the other games on this channel. We're going to be using the X card, the N card, and the O card. If we hit something that's crossing a line for one of us, any of us can type an X in the Zoom video chat or anywhere else, or hold up a card, make an X symbol, and we'll back up and do something else. If something happens that we're okay having in the game, but we don't want a graphic description of it, we can type an N in the Zoom chat. And it will be fade to black on it, or put it behind a veil, and it'll be there, but we won't go into detail. Finally, if we're exploring a topic or an area of roleplay that's particularly intense for us, but we want to keep going anyway, we can put an O in the chat to let us know we're okay and that we're all good to keep piling on the drama. Something else we can do is put a no with a question mark after it when we're moving into a difficult topic, or if we say or we do something and then think, maybe that might have been a little too much. Then everyone else can respond to that with an X, an N, or an O to let us know if we're still doing okay. We're also using the pause. If any of us needs to take some time, we can ask for a pause in the game while we discuss things, or just take a break for as long as anyone needs. As a reminder, just a few content warnings. This game has very dark themes. It has the potential for player versus player conflict depending on the choices made, and may contain references to assimilation, addiction, body horror, brutality, atrocity, capitalism, colonialism, genocide, torture, hegemony, human sacrifice, and imperialism. If you are watching live on Twitch and you want to see the list, you can at any time type in the chat 9CW, that's exclamation point 9CW, NINECW, and that will show up there in the chat. It will also appear regularly on rotation. It's very heavy stuff. So if you need to dip out at any point, absolutely no problem. We totally understand. And to that point, please remember we have an open door policy, which means that any of us or any of you can feel free to step away from this at any time if we need to. It's just a game, and mental health is always more important. So, now, without further ado, we shall hand things over to our calendar. Hollow, hello.
Hello, I'm Hollow. I have been your calendar for many sessions now. We have our players on a foreign to them world, beset on all sides with a chorally enforced social contract. Rooms that replace the function of the Vedona by telling you who you should be and how you should be. The understanding that helping other people break the social contract could cause them to turn into pillars of salt. And a potential encounter with a planetary governor of sorts named, or at least called, or from the faction of the Silent. Behold the song that binds this fragile sphere, a chorus vast, eternal, sharp and clear. Though notes and chords we weave our world anew, each soul a thread within this sacred hue. The raw hall seek the truth in perfect lines, yet miss the space where greater truth aligns. The Shuos carve through fate with cunning hands, but falter when the timeless song demands. And Onden hearts in beauty's craft astute, can you endure the discord's harsh dispute? While Narai minds with wonders vast and grand are bent by forces none can understand. This song is more than law or fleeting creed. It binds the stars and answers every need. To break its chords would tear the heavens wide, yet freedom calls from somewhere deep inside. So now you stand where choice and echoes meet. Will silence reign, or shall the song repeat? The final verse awaits your guiding hand. What harmony shall rise? What fate shall stand?
Love it.
All right.
That was great.
We're doomed.
That was really cool.
Moving.
Yes.
How do we find this silent?
The silent refrain. I think that
Again,
is the...
our target of reasoning or regime change.
Yes,
Right.
yes. I think that's right. We sort of talked into the point. Yeah, a lot happened. We met the Nirai Hexarch, who was shot and then entered another body in front of us, and there's the sniper running around somewhere. Floor went and talked
Frustrated.
to a crier to try to convince them to shout out a happy, a cozy, happy message that we could then subvert to our own ends. And he, upon using her abilities, he turned into a pillar of salt, and then went to find out more at the place where they process people, and entered that room we were talking about earlier. Entered a room where the Vidona room, basically. And just now we're looking for I think the Silent Refrain faction, basically. I think that was
Well,
the
the
plan.
faction and the head of the faction, who is just the silent, because we need to have just enough difference from Doctor Who so we don't get sued.
Oh yes, right.
Boom.
Yes, the person rather than the process. Understood. And I think that it was that we eventually, for some reason, Graydon decided, and for reasons I can't remember now, Graydon said, "No, I'll talk to them.
Well,
Let's convince them first."
Graydon's been dead set that things can be done in a far kinder, wiser way.
Yes,
messy.
that's it.
When in truth, if you look at history, whether fictional or otherwise, violence is the cause of and the solution to all of life's problems.
Yes. He doesn't understand that well enough, and he's probably not going to come to understand that until it's too late. But we'll see. What he will do, though, is, as I think we're trying to locate the place, is he will ask Tace if he can look at that section of the book, that where the factions were listed, where they talk about the factions, just so that he can at least get what he can in his head about them.
Yeah, was that the book that the Hexarch was carrying that I looted the body from, or was that the book that Rahal Lohan had?
I think
I
it
can't
was
remember anymore.
Lohan's book.
I've got two books now.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, that's
okay,
a
well, anyway.
problem.
Okay. I flipped.
I think it's Lohan's book. I think that
Yes.
I think Kujin had Narai Kujin had the it was a broader thing with lots of different thoughts and plans about a lot of different people and places in it, and micromanaging a lot lot of stuff.
I just have a bunch of
porn.
loose
And porn.
post-its. Yes, that too. Okay, so yes, so I will look through that part of the book and everything we can learn about this this faction, this Silent Refrain faction, and I didn't write them all down.
Yeah, I've got them.
Okay.
Think. I've got the 7 faction names. The only one that I don't know what it does is the Harmonic Concord. But I've got the others.
Okay.
Basic information on them, I think.
All right. Well, I will relay whatever I find to the rest of the team.
Do they have much in there about how the Silent Refrain works, I guess? And the Silent? I just assume they're the same faction. Yeah, the Silent is part of the Silent Refrain. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a coincidentally different named leader.
Yeah.
Well, from what Flora got from the room, the Silent is the one that can hear all, because, well, they're silent. That's the thing. They're the one that's listening and conducting this global chorus.
All right. So let's see here. We have Tace looking through the book. Right. All right. So the Silent Refrain, they are a more spiritual or at least that's what they model themselves as, a more spiritual faction. Silence for them is not the absence of sound, but is the foundation upon which all existence rests. By mastering one's silence, one can master reality.
Are they? Do we know if they're voluntarily silent or if they've like modified themselves to be silent?
Those in higher positions of power take on an oath of silence. They speak through hand gestures and signs. They have their own personal sign language to communicate with one another and to communicate with other members of their own faction.
Mm-hmm. So nothing about like taking away their vocal cords or anything like that to help them with that. Okay.
Yeah, no body modification. It is because that would be taking away the choice to be silent. You must always choose to be silent. It's a choice you make every day, every second.
Respect.
Gotcha.
They do have from the book. You do know they do have a few roles within their faction. There is a Echo's End, which is a philosopher and strategist sort of like role. There's also a Hushed Blade, which is a military commander, because every faction is sort of subdivided even further into like, oh well, we have military needs that better fit our faction, instead of like the Hexarch was like, we leave everything to one faction over there.
Mm-hmm.
There is an internal conflict that was sort of noticed about the Amber Choirs, that they actually feel that they have come to a point, at least some people have come to a point where they feel that the reliance on sound is misguided and creates vulnerabilities to excess noise and dissonance.
Mm-hmm.
There is an internal conflict there.
Okay. They choose to be silent and they communicate with hand gestures. Are there people in the Hexarch that are silent in that way and also use some sort of sign language with each other?
Not directly, at least not like on a wide enough scale that you would necessarily pick that up. A lot of people in the Hexarch actually go in for modding of oneself, rejuvenation to pass that 150 mark. Even transition surgery is very just very commonplace. Like, hey, well, are you a man form or a woman or a femme form?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel different about that? Let's change it. And that's a procedure that can be done, like an outpatient procedure. So
yeah. Okay. So I'll just be like, well, how are you gonna interact with them, Graydon?
Oh, I don't have to talk to them to communicate.
Cool. And I'll like turn to Robin and be like, so what are you planning on setting up for this? Because I'm liking your ideas more than his.
Again, going by the old playbook, it's rather simple. The diplomat, in this case, will distract the target. There will obviously be a significant number of guards around someone like this. So, incredibly important. I am relying upon the copious amount of weapons that are on me being confiscated, except for the bicycle pump.
What?
No, like this. Like, pulls out something that just looks like a tube. That and the other part of this, which is most definitely hidden on me. It's an internally suppressed pistol. It's meant for precisely this situation.
Was it to the calendar, was it just the room I was in, or do I remember something about the silent being in like the middle of the cacophony or something like that? Was there some sort of reference to that?
Yeah, there was. Sort of the like being in the silence. He like had a globe of silence around him as well. He or she or they, whoever they are, conducted.
I'm wondering if there's there's something we can do with the sound to make it discordant or something to weaken the whole, aside from just distracting them. Something to give us a little bit of an upper hand.
Again,
Well,
if violence is the answer in this case, there is going to be a commotion naturally. In so much as there is going to be some sort of disagreement that will probably be clear on the face of the actors around and the body language of those in the room. If you're looking for something that causes a cacophony of noise, a discordant note, I am certain in a place that is based around the focusing of the music of this planet. There is going to be, like, I would think there would be like piping or something like nice and domed and orchestral, in which the sounds of this world are funneled and refined. And all one really needs to do to hit a sour note in such a refined environment is either screaming or the place of explosives.
mm-hmm.
So, just the thing here is that you're looking in this idea, this regime change idea. You're looking to just sort of go in and try to put yourself in a seat that you have no idea what you're getting into. None of us does.
No. I am Plan X. I am leaving the rest of you to come up with some sort of peaceful plan. If everything goes pear-shaped, I go by the standard Shuos playbook of we cut off the head of the snake. In the chaos that ensues, take absolute advantage. If necessary, remove the overall governing body through the usage of terror tactics, and then take control of the local government.
Well, that'll definitely change their calendar. Look, the thing
Again,
here
it's sort of like 101.
It's also going to cause tremors here, and especially this being where it is. Look, they value truth and forthrightness here.
Oh, yes.
This is the foundation, it seems, of the society that they have built. They also, I think, have a vested interest in staying alive, in staying around. This is probably important to them as it is important to everyone else. So
You underestimate the human need to be right.
I think, yeah, I think when met with this statement, Graydon is because is just like, look, I see there are certain ways in which this place is not unlike where I grew up. Granted, we didn't have the calendar directly enforcing our social contract like it is here, because we knew the value of work. But the thing is, my thought is just simply, I can try to communicate with this person, whoever's in charge. I have a way of doing it without talking out loud.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So my thought is just to present to them an understanding that there are forces here at play that seek their extinction, and we are trying to help them. And that the best way to combat that right now is if we get a positive resonance going.
That's great. If you can reason with them, that's fantastic. But in my personal experience and significant amounts of training, folks in power do not like change. They do not like collaboration. They like holding on to the levers of power in the ways that they have come comfortable to do so.
Yes, that's all become very clear recently.
And
Where did
they-
you grow up, Graydon? Where are you from?
Hang on, I have notes here somewhere that I actually wrote this down. I think I did. Let's see. I'm from Drisselon.
Now, I obviously know what that is, but if someone didn't know.
Yeah. This is a thing I have made up and I have not told Hollow about, so I don't know how much I can.
Just go. Just go.
Basically that is so if you can imagine this sort of God, I had better words to describe this earlier, but this is kind of this idea. I think we were talking about sort of space Mennonites, or sort of this. There's this, but it's not exactly that. It's somewhere between Mennonites and Mormons kind of deal. Is where basically this is a planet where they have not eschewed technology, but everybody works. And part of their ethos is that if you want something done, you either do it yourself or you participate in getting it done. In their society, that now there are sort of, I don't want to say hidden downsides to that, but it's, they they have their brutalities just like anyone else. They have delightful stoning ceremonies that happen every now and then when people aren't pulling their weight. Basically, it's kind of a, I'm probably using the wrong words here, but it's sort of this shining city on a hill, evangelical almost thing, sort of view of this idea that we're all in this together, and if you are honest and forthright and do your work, that is the best possible way for things to continue functioning. And this is at least how they were after the Hexarchate came. I'm not sure how far back the Hexarchate blasted them to get them that way. I don't know those details. But
this is where you are now.
This is, yes, for at least several generations, if not perhaps close to a century. I'm not sure how long it's been. They came in after it was already a Hexarchate. I know that much. Maybe not long after the Hexarchate itself, it went from Heptarchate to Hexarchate. It had been a thing on the to-do list until the Hexarchate came around, and then the Hexarchate checked the box, basically. And so however they were before, perhaps there were, there were always things like this, but they seemed to readily accept the remembrances and things like that, because there's very much an ethos of, we are doing the right things, we are righteous, and of course, obviously, we don't want the galaxy to fall apart. We want to help everyone in this, being part of this wider galaxy, and of course we have to do whatever is necessary to prevent the people at the borders, who are far worse, from doing harm. And so it's all very much this very pie in the sky altruistic belief that is horribly misguided, probably.
Okay. I just, you just mentioned it once or twice, Grid, and I was just curious.
Oh yes, and that's the other thing, is that Graydon probably comes from because most of them have very large families, and so he's probably, it's been ingrained over generations, essentially, of this long indoctrination into the idea that this very 50s join the army poster of a view of the Hexarchate, essentially.
Naturally. Although you still have a heresy, so that means you didn't totally buy into it.
That's fair. Yes, he does hang on, and some of that comes from his upbringing, but it is this absolute belief, because yes, they do have their secrets, but he just was either too dense or just believed that it was just telling the truth is always the right thing. So it's kind of his deal. So yeah, basically that's sort of so that's kind of what he's invoking when he says that this is his, this place is not unlike in some ways the place where he grew up, just in a lot of the ways that it's sort of its ideals go. And so so he was saying, this is why I feel as though I can probably communicate this fellow and try to, just explain what the deal is. Pope, I think you're muted.
I'm not doubting your abilities of communication. I am just, come from where you are. I'm from Palace. Effectively, take all the Florida and Glasgow memes and make it a planet. I have an entirely different educational basis. It is one of very simple, clear, primal human stupidity and brutality. And I have, in my time, hell, two of you excellent examples. Chaos happens. It's just a constant. Entropy is the only thing that Hexarchy cannot control. And entropy is a breakdown in the system. It is the thing that doesn't operate on logic. Humans can be logical, but never, ever underestimate cognitive dissonance and self-interest. I mean, you're looking at a man whose kill count by proxy is in the 4 digits. And usually that would only take me 4 days.
Well, I mean, self-interest is kind of what I'm banking on here. They want to be able to stay around, don't they?
Unless the wolf has their teeth around their neck, they think because they are in power that they can take care of anything. Until they're bleeding and screaming, most times they don't care. There's enough bodies to throw at the problem. Bodies that aren't theirs.
That's not every leader. That's not every leader. Why don't we find out which kind this one is?
Okie dokie.
Then
Again,
act accordingly.
You, by all means, if you guys can figure out a peaceful strategy, awesome. When things fall apart, that is where me and my entire group come in.
I have a
Yep.
question for Tace.
Okay, that's awkward because Tace has wandered away while you guys are having this important philosophical conversation.
I love that. No, please go ahead.
I can come back in a second. But no, I don't remember exactly where we are, but I just basically just go around a corner and ask the nearest passerby how we can talk to the silent. Like how we can get an audience or whatever. Like, dude, what do we do? Can we have a chat with the silent? Like, do you have to, like, is there a sign up form or like a special ritual, or how do you guys do that?
Well, you go to the same like conversation of like, who are you? Oh, you're new. The whole, oh, you must be new here. Poor you. Lots of pity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just getting the hang of things,
The funny thing is, Taste is like, I'm okay just being a little guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's my life.
So they tell you that you need to stand and be recognized at the petitioners hall.
Man, they got a hall for everything. Okay, and it's that simple then.
Yes, but no one really knows how best to be recognized. So,
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we just go try it. Hey, you want some gum? Yeah, just like a thanks.
Sure, I'll take
Okay.
some gum.
I give him some gum and I just kind of stroll away.
And they say, wait! Now I must give you something. Wait a minute.
Oh, okay. I thought I was giving you something in exchange for the information, but thank you.
No, it is our job to help one another through this path. However, you have given me a gift. And they pull out a small packet of paper, like bound with a very soft rope along the top of it. Here you
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I just kind of look at it really quick. I'm like, what is it?
This is from my family's paper mill.
Oh, oh, that's wonderful. That's so personalized. Sorry, the gum is just a thing that I like.
Well,
But
that's fine. What it was your gum, yes?
yeah, yeah. Yes, definitely. Anyway, I gotta get back to my friends and tell them about the Hall of Petitioners thing. So thanks.
Of course.
I
They look at you strangely and was like, yes, of course the gum was mine. Of course. Like,
okay. Anyway, have a harmonious day.
and you as well.
Awesome. Okay, I come back around the corner. I'm just like I don't even wait to see what happens. I'm just I'm gonna come check on that in a minute. But so I know Floor was, I guess, probably looking around for me by this point.
Yeah, I was sitting there listening to that, and then I wanted to. PB was gonna ask you in the question about Ace. My question was gonna be, how are you? So, you have this affliction with this gum. So my question is kind of like, it's been a little bit since you've chewed any gum. So I'm curious how you are doing having not chewed the gum recently.
Well, I guess that's up to Hollow. I didn't really think of it as addictive, so like chemically addictive, so much as like it ties into something in my personality that like, oh, it lets me like reach out to to beings that I've always wanted to commune with and stuff. And so
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any kind of withdrawal symptoms or anything.
No, there are no withdrawal symptoms. Really, it's not chemically addictive. Just that Tase's personality got addicted to the gum almost immediately.
I don't think any of us knows that Tace has been.
No, I
No,
came
which
down
is
to this
why-
planet.
Yeah.
I came down to this planet with
Yeah.
my pockets crammed full of gum, and I
Yeah.
have not
It's
brought it
hilarious.
up to you guys. But the thing you guys were talking about with like created discordance or whatever, I in true mad scientist fashion, I was like, oh, that gives me an idea, and I just wandered off to immediately try it. So I'm just gonna see what happens if this person takes his gum. That's really it.
I like it. That's
so
why I went
good.
to PB to you in the question, because I was like, I don't know how it tastes. But I still look around for you, and I'm just like, oh, it looks like Tace has run off somewhere.
Oh no, I'm here. I come jogging back. I'm like, no, I was looking for a bathroom.
Oh, okay.
I didn't find one.
How'd you find? Oh no. Okay.
I found a bush, but I'm back anyway.
Oh.
What are we talking about? We still need to talk to the silent, right?
Yes.
Or something?
We still
Okay.
need to get an audience with the leaders of this planet.
Okay, so I asked somebody about that on the way back, and they said something about you have to stand and be recognized at a hall of petitioners. I forgot to ask where that is, but we could ask somebody else, or maybe the same person if they're still there. But surely anybody can direct us there.
That makes things more complicated. Significantly so. If there is that sort of selection, and I'm guessing it's by this sort of psychic intent. So getting to the target is going to be exceptionally difficult. Because I can't lie here. So it's down to just straight up manipulation and infiltration. But there are means to still get to the target. It's just not nearly as easy as I was hoping.
Well, I imagine that calling them the target is gonna, the psychic intention thing that you talked about is not gonna endear us to them.
Well,
Uh,
I'm not going to stand in any sort of line. That's for y'all. I'm far more interested in finding this hall and its architecture. I'm going to appreciate the building of the structure and every single mean of entrance and exit.
Naturally. Well, what if we just go find a hall of petitioners and maybe give the talking a try first, since that seems
By all
simpler.
means.
Uh,
I just don't want any of you to die.
all right. Well, right back at kind of trail off on the yet.
And can I get a recap on what the baton does?
From me
Or
or
anyone.
for somebody in are you looking for like
From anyone.
I think best we've been able to figure out thus far is it's more effective. Thus far, we've noted it's more effective up on the ship because that's where Lohan set up his network. But it, from best we can tell, it allows the wielder to hear thus far what we've seen it do. We haven't tried using it yet directly. We've used it only as a means of being able to hear. Whoever's touching it can hear the I guess the remembrance that's happening. But when you're in the room with that remembrance, you hear that chorus singing. And so it just it allows you to hear the music of the pattern he was basically trying to set up for his calendar. That's what I think. That's most of what we know so far about it.
There was some writing that the baton
yeah.
allows for a degree of control.
Yes, there wasn't there?
Yes.
Lohan's diary talked about where is the function of the baton.
In this focus, the baton acts sort of like the tuning forks here, except it allows one to influence the calendrical effect that he created with the creation of his choir. And so he, as a conductor of the spheres, can rewrite or conduct the choir to sing what he wants into the count.
Yeah. It was the remembrance of the bound chorus. The participants were physically restrained. They were there voluntarily, I believe. The most devoted were chosen. They were put in the machinery designed to amplify their emotions with calendrical dictates, and they all had to stay in balance or the whole thing would fall apart. And the key focus is it said it was a kind of baton. I've just come up with a horrible idea that actually has nothing to do with this, but it's an interesting possible backup plan, depending on if we're able to get a hold of certain things or not.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of backup plans, I would like to invoke one of mine. It was said in the previous episode that our augments are still working and are still connecting to the ship. I'm going to try and raise Ko.
Ahoy hoy.
Ahoy hoy. I need you to start tracking my movements and get to gunnery control for the banner moth. There is a gravitational whip on board. I need you to be able to target the meteor, well, the planetary body outside of this planet and if I signal, be able to use the whip to throw it into the planet on my position.
Sounds drastic. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you must be double paranoid if you want me tracking your movements anywhere.
I think you were already doing it.
I mean, sure, but I wasn't going to tell you about it. That's rude.
It's fine. Like, again, this is all sorts of high stakes. Though I would suggest putting the ship on full-on red alert, considering that we just ran into the Narai Hexarch and...
yeah, a Shadow Moth just left the planet, so...
Fun fact, he doesn't die if you shoot him.
That is the worst. Why do they keep doing that?
Immortality and need for power.
The classics.
Yeah. We may want to, as a drastic backup plan, inform the captain that they may need to take the arch trader off ice should things get hairy.
You have found the absolutely most deliciously worst situation possible. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, signing off.
Amazing. I just wonder if we can do something with this baton.
Well, possibly.
My understanding, theoretically, if we actually landed the moth on planet, it could cause a cylindrical field that would allow for whoever wielded the baton to manipulate the locality.
Would I know whether it's possible to land a banner moth on a planet without severe structural damage?
Low atmosphere, sure. You know, like landing it on world, no.
Okay, so I'd probably chime in at this point and just say, like, well, if that wouldn't work if you wanted, anything left of the moth to, exist afterward. I don't know that your field would be there by the time it got to the surface in pieces.
Point. Is it because of gravitational fields, or how the moth is able to maintain position in atmo?
Well, the banner moth is too big, I guess is the best way to put it.
Oh, gravitation. Okay.
Gravitational.
Oh, I wonder if with the sensors it could be rigged up to where one could project that effect.
Good question. We're dealing with
sort of satellite effect.
Well, again, you would have to get the moth within low atmo, not necessarily landing, and focus the sensor suite to a specific area, and instead of using it to take in information, project information.
Maybe.
Essentially turning the ship into a shouter.
As you all are speaking about your cunning plan, there is a sound that it's like ice cracking over a pond.
That's not good.
As you see the spider lines just kind of cascade through the air.
Wasn't me.
Am I familiar with this effect?
No, not at all. It's just fucked up looking, like most things that have happened in your past week.
Been a hell of a week.
This is new. I don't like it.
Does it look like it's coming from the direction that I came from? Oh,
absolutely.
This
Are you
is
concerned about that?
disturbing.
I have an important question.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do the pattern of these spider lines look at all familiar, or is that not something that we know enough to tell at first sight?
Not at first sight, but Graydon, you do, since you have been kind of like, doing your little like psychic scan thing, you do hear these awful, like, not notes, but just like these wails on the wind as these lines crackle along. Like, I don't know if you ever played Final Fantasy IX, where you have to fight the Necron, but at the end of the game, you fight this thing, redacted, and the fight starts off with this terrible chorus in the background, these wails. No.
No.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yes.
Okay. The look on your face is telling me that I need to be concerned.
I think something is. Well, you see, one of the problems here is that this system has to stay in balance. If it's anything like, if we read Lon's notes correctly, if this system, I don't know how much this system is like that system, but if that one doesn't stay in balance, the whole thing falls apart.
Would it be more like a localized cylindrical spike, or the entire cascading effect?
It might affect the sector. It might affect the sector potentially, and depends on if it's. I don't think it's aimed at anything right now. Of course, we don't know where our various folks we've encountered went to yet.
As you were discussing the ramifications of this, a lone obelisk projects itself out of the ground. Hundreds of meters high.
That looks like a defense mechanism.
Maybe we should not be here.
Yes.
Here's a bad place.
Let's
run away. Run away.
No. Running is suspicious. Moving at speed is perfectly fine.
Okay.
Have you a power jog here? Yeah, power jog. We're in the power jogging group. Come on.
I do that little shuffle that you do in the crosswalk when a car is waiting for you, like where I'm not like
ball walking. Come
on. We're walking.
Hastily moving away for our health.
Yeah, you run away for your health as you watch these creeping spider lines, grow around the sky, and this obelisk has come out of the ground. It is pitch black. It does not emit light. It's like, what if you paint an obelisk Vanta black?
My 40K fan knowledge is all of a sudden pinging here, and I am not happy.
And it gains almost a collar of risers around the top of it. And, and there are people who stand up from their risers and they open their mouths. They say nothing. They clasp their hands together and make signs. And as the creeping lines go towards the obelisk, all the area is silent. All the wailing you heard is suddenly gone, and it is replaced with the void of sound. There is nothing to be heard in your mind right now. It is hard to hear your own thoughts, in fact.
Can we all feel the hard to think?
Yes, you all feel the hard to think, but I think Graydon is feeling it the worst because Graydon partially relies on that in his day-to-day life.
So we're all power walking with brain fog, except for Graydon, who has like a minor migraine.
And then all the lines turn to ash and they fall to the ground.
There's part of me that wants to collect the ash, but my sense of self-preservation is telling me no.
I am trying to hold on to the silence in my head for a moment, because I suspect it's about to go away. This is not going to make a lot of sense what I'm about to say, I'm going to see
sure.
if I can figure out where the silence goes when it goes away.
Sure. It all
Psychically.
it all retracts back to the tip of the obelisk. In your mind's eye, you can see a single person wearing a mask and a blue-black robe, holding their hand like this, as a conductor would to say pause or to hold before releasing, and then the obelisk returns to the ground.
Excellent.
In their other hand is a sterling white baton.
Okay. Okay. All right. I just sort of, so this happens. All anyone sees me doing, I'm like, and as you see the ash falling to the ground, I'm just like, my eyes are closed, and then I open them in the direction of wherever the obelisk was, and I assume is it still there, or did it descend back into the ground?
It descended back into the ground.
Okay. I'm looking at where the obelisk was, and a smile, and the corner of my mouth is smiling a little bit. Like, huh. Gotcha.
The sniper?
What'd you get?
I think I might have a bead on the conductor.
Ooh. So that was a significant defensive response.
I'm searching for that mind.
Let's roll.
So I'm let me pull up my character sheet. So people are not tools, they are instruments. This is, I think, fundamental to what is happening today.
Is in fact fundamental to what's happening here.
Okay, so that's 2. And the cacophony ends is, let's see, I think, this would be invoking it slightly differently, I think, but this is, like, I want to find out all about the cacophony ending, I think, to a certain extent here. So I think the cacophony ends might work here as well.
Sure. You're trying to fix things in your own
Yes.
way.
Yes. I'm trying to keep this from happening again, if at all possible. And because as part of the research that we were doing earlier on the silent, I would like to also invoke mine as the hymn of, well, not that one. I would like to invoke, I've read the entire libretto. Let's see, mine is the hymn of the true calendar, and I will defend it. That's kind of his purpose here, is to try to get the true calendar instated. Basically, if he can. He's trying to protect the calendar because he knows that it could, if this goes wrong, the greater calendar, the high calendar is in trouble. So if I can, I'd like to use that as well. So if I can use those, then I have 8 dice.
All right, sounds good.
All right, here we go. I'm at level 5 right now, and my clock is at 5 at the moment. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so I have a couple of 6s, but I also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 successes, and I'd like to advance the party clock instead of taking the taking a the hit.
All right, absolutely.
We're sort of trying to act as a unit now, sort of, kind of. Yeah.
Smoke them if you got them.
Yep. Yeah, 6 successes.
All right, so this individual, they're They are they're signifiers with every reflection is a truth.
Hmm.
I am adept and known at the ways of silence. As you're counting everything up, I have 7 dice.
Hmm.
Because this person has an extra 2d6 for tagging their signifier out of combat.
Ooh.
All right. They still didn't do as well as your successes, as your success pool. So where are you trying to get from?
I just want to know. I'm just trying to figure out where they are. 'Cause that's really just trying to find them. That's all.
Well, it's complicated, kind of. They are below you. Like probably physically below you. But they are also in every held tongue, in every conversation not being had, every pause in the morning reverence, they are there. You can feel that all around you. Physically, they are below you, but you feel that their presence is interwoven in all of these, in all of the silent, in all of the pauses in the world around you.
Oh, that's very good. Yeah, sort of looking around, kind of, and I'm not really looking directly at anything right now, but I'm just sort of like, oh, that's interesting. There, do I have any idea how far down they are?
They are rather far down. Maybe when I say rather, they are 100 yards below
Okay.
you. But the most disturbing thing that you get is the sense of a cracked mirror and a spider rises up in the forefront of your mind after you have successfully tracked them.
Ooh. In my head,
Yeah, in your head,
I'm going to.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
in my head, I'm going to acknowledge the spider and the cracked mirror. Is it like one in front of the other, or?
Like impose, almost like a symbol, you shouldn't know, like you shouldn't fuck with, because like that would make 7 things to have 6 things.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But I'm just going to I'm going to wave to it in my head. I'm going to. I don't know if anything's going to happen here. I don't know if it's just a symbol and nothing happens here, which is fine. But in my head, I just sort of wave to it. I'm going to just sort of do the sort of thing for. I know that the Andan have more of this than we do, but I know that we must have some formal sort of gesture that we make when we are meeting like other heads of state or something along those lines. I don't know if the Rahal have something like that or not. But he will just sort of kind of bow and will indicate, let's see. Without, and his internal self does this without opening his internal self's mouth, I should say. Will sort of be indicating we must communicate. And I don't know if it reacts or not, but that's
It just very slightly flexes all of its arms, and then it disappears from your mind.
huh. Okay. Wow.
How many arms did it have?
Good question.
8? Okay.
Can I eat? Okay.
It is a
Um,
spider.
It is a spider. Okay.
Well, it's an imaginary spider. I could have as many legs as it wanted.
Well,
Yeah.
it had the appropriate amount because it's
It did.
worried about
Yeah.
what the appropriate amount is.
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. So I have good
I'm
news
sorry,
and
no,
bad news.
I'm sorry. I had to think about that emblem. It's a 7-legged spider.
It is a
In that
seven-legged spider.
In that
Okay.
particular
Thank you.
emblem,
That's what I thought.
yeah.
Ooh. All right. I have good news and I have bad news.
Okay, what's the bad news?
I know where they are.
Okay, why is that bad news?
Well, it's not bad news in and of itself, but they
Then what's
also
the
know
bad
that.
news?
Well, they also know that. They also know that we're here.
Ah, that's the bad
Oh.
news.
Oh, well, I had assumed.
And so they are about 100 yards below us.
Ooh, okay.
And they're also everywhere where things are silent. It's a very interesting trick if you can pull it off.
No, it's just variable layout on a planetary scale.
Suppose you could call it that. Yeah. Everywhere where I suppose the rests are.
Oh,
So
neat trick.
so they saw me, and I just indicated that we need to commune. We need to communicate.
I again, this place very much cares about its formalities. I don't think we can just surprise them. So
Well,
I
this
still
is-
agree with Tace going, we should go to that place where they scan and find the person that they want to talk to.
Petitioners?
Yeah, that they are very formal here. And we have already disrupted much.
A lot of halls here. Yeah. We should, I guess, ask somebody where that is.
I'm just going to try to listen to where the silence might be, which is really strange and difficult, but I'm going to be doing that. Although they might probably faster find it out just by asking where it is. So I don't want to hold things up necessarily.
I'm just gonna start. I assume. Well, how did people react to this obelisk? Everyone
Oh,
else.
I mean, they kept going.
Okay, they just kept about their business.
Yep.
Whatever. This is just normal. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I would just probably just walk up to the nearest person and just be like, "Hey, where can we find the Hall of Petitioners?" Sorry, I'm new. I don't want to go through the whole rigmarole again. Sorry, I'm new, but I have some really important information. I need to talk to the Silent. Can you tell me where the Hall of Petitioners is?
Of course. Of course, you don't have your purpose yet, and we need to speak it into being. That makes sense. Of
Yeah,
course.
yeah. I need help with that.
Yeah. Well, let me walk with you then. As this old woman just kind of says, let me walk with you then. Well, we will go and find you your purpose
Okay, at the Hall
at
of
the hall.
Petitioners? Okay,
Yes.
okay. I just kind of gestured everywhere. I'm like, guys, this way, this way.
Who has the baton?
Tace?
I think it's
Oh,
either you or Tace.
Oh,
no,
no.
it's Flora. Oh, yeah. No,
It's
Graydon
Graydon.
took it. Yeah.
Graydon.
I have it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So it's like I know it left Tace. I know.
Yeah,
I remember.
I
that.
don't have it. Definitely don't
Well,
have it.
That's good.
I was gonna say I would have been playing with it by now at this point. Who up playing with a baton? etc. Um,
I've been very careful. I've been very carefully and cautiously holding on to it at this point. Not, just I have it hidden on my person.
Well, now seeing Tace has put a little old lady in danger. I am just going to shadow the two of them. I am going to back off from the rest of the group and just let the training take over and try my best to blend in. It's just like slowly transitioning in those moments where no one's paying attention, just like start shedding some of the weaponry, start adjusting the clothes to, blend in a little bit more, be a little less flamboyant, and just blend in. I have mixed feelings about just like, I mean, if furthers the mission, I mean, her dying doesn't really matter, but at the same time, like, we've already caused so much collateral damage. I'm starting to feel guilty.
How many have we seen anybody's shadow here?
Everybody has a very regular shadow compared to your weird shadow.
So
Weirdo.
we stick out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no matter what. Okay.
So what I'm hearing is I need to stick to the shadows, the natural occurring ones.
Yeah, you see, like, because in the Hexarch, your shadow, your signifier, is partially to do with your personality, but also your your purpose. Like, there's a lot of like, Myers-Briggs kind of stuff about what your shadow really means in the Hexarch, but that is a very personal thing. Like, two people necessarily wouldn't have the same signifier, maybe something similar, or even similar within a constellation of things. Like, this is the Ash Hawk like this, but it'll look different, right? But so that's like, it's a personal mark upon all of you and your personalities. But no one here has that.
Because they've all bought into the same
personality.
construct.
Well, they've all been overwritten by the room or whatever.
Well,
or they just were born without it.
Yeah, no, there has been a cleanse, but also the social contract here. It is more of a collective. There is less individuality. There's more of a sense of working for the best of the collective.
And while still being a society of individuals, which is really interesting.
Yeah, but they have bought into an agreement where it is more about than it is about the individual. The individual still has rights and purpose, but it is not a place where people are looking to be exceptional, to stand out from the crowd. No, it is about the community.
Which is why sweet old ladies like, I'll walk you down the hall.
Yeah,
why not? Nothing terrible will happen here.
Yeah, I'm just following. I'm not trying to be hidden.
Folks, 70-40, 70-30, something terrible is going to happen to this little lady.
No,
no, that's pretty high.
I learned my lesson.
Unless we drop her off early.
Drop her off early. She's dropping you off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was saying I'm just making making small talk with the lady, like, oh, the big obelisk thing. Does that happen often?
Oh, not in some time, but every once in a while we have some people who don't really understand, and they don't want to add their voice to the song, and they create a violent discord. But it's been some time since the refrain has had to act directly, but they are our directors. They have, through their silence, they can hear clearer notes.
Oh, that's really cool. Nodding like I understand. I do not understand. Anyway. Sorry, continue.
Uh-oh. Graydon, do you still have a hold of the baton?
Yes, I'm keeping it safe.
Can I see it for a moment?
What do you want to do with it?
Listen. What else would I do with the baton?
Right. Right, well, careful. And I'm not going, so I'm going to reach into the whatever pocket I have it in. And I'm not going to let go of it. But I am going to bring it out. And let you hold on to it for a moment. And do I notice anything when I pick it up from my pocket, or is there a? And obviously, sorry, yeah. If I notice a thing, I will let her. I mean, either way, I'll let her hold on to it for a moment.
So as you are walking towards the hall, you hear this slow, resonant chant kind of just echoing through a physical stillness. In silence we stand, in shadows we breathe. In the quiet of our hearts, the truth we perceive. Just kind of going on through there. It's kind of atonal. Nobody's really on a correct note. This is more about the words.
I mean, if you're gonna hold on to it, you're just gonna be swung around while I use it like an old school antenna, where I'm trying to get the signals from around us.
What are you doing?
I'm just gonna. It's well, not all of us can hear things with our brains, Graydon. Some of us need extra tools. If you insist on holding it, then you deal with your own consequences. And so as we hear the chanting get louder in the direction we're going, I am swinging it in other directions to see if there's other songs around being sung aside from that one.
Yes, there is one song that you point. The rest was kind of chaotic, except for towards the hall. But as you point towards maybe due north of you, you hear this song being sung that sort of rises above the rest, and it seems to be coming from maybe within the planet. Maybe it's so large it just boosts. It just falls outwards from where you are pointing. But the first verse is, "Let us be the vessels of the chorus's flame, guided by rhythms that none can tame. Where discord rises, bring calm and song, binding all voices where they belong." And it just that song sort of goes on for a while, and then it stops. There's a weighty silence, and then it picks back up again. This song is sung all day long.
And that is that one rises above the noise, even in that direction.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the direction we are going is toward this droning Gregorian chant, and then up there is this more, would you say lively?
I wouldn't say lively, but I would say a reverent Protestant hymn, maybe even Presbyterian. When I was writing it, I based it off of the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Let me be the channel of your peace. So, just a very reverent prayer. We're here to help. We are here to assist. We are here for a purpose.
Mhm. Okay. And then as I'm holding it, I'm dragging Graydon closer to the old lady, and I'm not dragging Graydon. I'm just walking with the baton. Graydon just happens to also be attached to it. Um, and I walk up on the other side of the old lady, and I'm like, this is the direction towards the Hall of Petitioners. What is in that direction? And I point vaguely north.
Oh, that is the chorus of the all over there. They sing from work rise to work set.
Oh, how I've forgotten every word I've ever known in my entire life. How it's going to be a much more elegant word than this, but I can't think of one right now. How much belief they have in to do such a thing in all day, all night, or all day.
Well, they each one is chosen. It is actually a chorus that is chosen from every faction to sing the grand work song, the song of the chorus itself.
Oh, so there are, how many factions are there?
A few. I mean, not many. She would say 7.
So we know about them all. Interesting. Are those that work in the Hall of Petitioners all of one faction also?
Well, I mean, the Hall of Petitioners is to be heard by the Refrain, it's I mean, all come there, but it is mostly attended to by those trusted by our grand director.
Oh. Is then the Grand Director is not part of the Hall of Petitioners? They hold a different
No, it's I mean, they're there. I've never been called. I don't know everything, but I know that but I know that there are some who feel lost sometimes, and before tribunal can happen, before they decide to be excised, some can go to try and see if they can find their purpose again.
Oh, and that is what the Hall of Petitioners does, along with very hands-on by the director.
Yes, I mean, other things. Other things occur there. I mean, people speak about issues they've had in the field, things they've seen that they feel need to be addressed, need to be brought to before someone. But the intent in your heart is, I feel, is what gets you seen. No one actually knows how you are chosen to be heard. It's just that you are. Some people walk away finding their purpose without ever needing to speak. Some are brought right by just simply being in the right atmosphere.
How very powerful, this Hall of Petitioners. Is it a large building?
Yeah, well, it is a large building, but mostly because of, well, actually, I don't know why. I have to think about it now that I think about it. Anyway, she just kind of rolls over that, like, just, I don't know why it's that big, actually. But, I remember it being very cozy.
It's very cool. So you have been there? I thought you mentioned you've never gone.
Well,
Oh, I'm sure it's nothing. I mean, you've lived many a year here on this planet, doing your service, doing your diligence, so it's understandable that some things might slip the mind.
No, I would certainly remember, wouldn't I? Wouldn't I remember if I was there?
Uh,
Of course, of course I was there. Of course I was there. I had to be there.
That 70% of danger incoming.
I had to be there. If I wasn't there, then what if I've done the wrong thing? What if I thought the wrong thing? What if I?
I'm sorry to interrupt your existential crisis. But do you know where a bathroom is nearby?
I had to have been there.
Damn it, they're dead. Anyways, go ahead, Graydon.
Graydon is going to. Crap. Graydon's going to have to let go of the baton to do this, so he's going to. Because he does not want this poor old woman to die. So he's going to come around to the old woman to seeing her light. He's going to very gently, sort of look at her, and he will, if she allows, he'll kind of do the sort of the comforting shoulder touch thing, and he'll be like, "It's all right. It's going to be all right. It's going to be. You're all right. You're all right. You don't need to worry about that. You don't need to worry about that. All this, it's confusing, strange questions. Tell me about. Do you have children here?
I had children. I had many children. No, wait, I had.
Backing away.
No way, I had. So I know Tace has had some of his equipment kind of running. What you are noticing is that after Graydon walked away from the baton, he is still generating his own very small calendrical field. And the fact is that maybe all of you are on a very, very minor level, except for somebody named Shios Robin, because you still have calendrical effects. You still have, like, that would be exotic to this calendar, like, moving the clock out of character, or, enthralling people, or, reading minds or anything like that. You all actually are small, mini calendrical buoys just kind of out here in the world. So when Graydon kind of reaches out and touches her, there's a flash, because you know who else is interacting with the gum indirectly besides you, Graydon?
Oh
I
God!
definitely am happy about my decision of stepping back away from the situation.
And
God.
when he touches her, her eyes turn to cobwebs in her head, milky cobwebs. As she looks up at you and tells you, "I've had so many children here. I've been here for generations. I've been here, and I will always be here." As her conviction lances outwards, and spider lines, webs that you have seen before in your psychic delvings.
Oh no. Oh no. Immediately
I'm
backing away because I'm seeing this, and just sort of like, okay, oh, that's good. Yes. Always. Here, no.
Yes, are you questioning me being my
Not at
place
all.
here? I'm questioning your place here.
I believe
As,
everything you're telling. I believe everything you're telling me. It's fine. You're fine. You're going to be fine. I'm backing away.
When you say that, it's so bothersome how quickly she snaps back to being a regular old woman. When you tell her you believe her. Oh, we were going to the hall, weren't we?
Yes,
Yes, of course.
that's right.
Right, the hall.
That entire time, as soon as Graydon let go of the baton and she started wigging out, I was listening in that direction, listening to her in specific with the baton, or at least trying to see if anything weird happened.
She sounds... Everything here has been very vocal right? Like everything's been like, very like, vocalized. She sounds like a Paganini caprice as someone that's violently rubbing their the bow on violin strings.
Mhm.
I feel like I'm hurting Pope over there real bad.
Does that change once she comes back to herself, or does it just stay that way?
Yeah, she's not saying anything until she's a note hold. She is holding silence. She is holding her rest until she starts talking again. And when she talks, it's very melodic when she talks, unintentionally. It's like, what if somebody was speaking, but there was also like a very faint auto tune underneath it while you were holding the baton.
Okay.
If she continues moving, Raiden is having one of his moments where he's just standing there.
Yeah, he keeps
staring
moving,
into space for a moment.
Yeah, after you told her you believed her and she belongs, she just And, well, we gotta get going.
I just big eyes at you guys as I keep walking with her. Like, I don't know what to do anymore. I'm just gonna fall. I'm gonna keep talking to her, like, just smile, nod.
I'm gonna send a quick message to everyone on the augments, on our augments. We have to get off this planet. It's us. Our presence here is harming them, and we have to do what we have to. We have to either just come here and do what we have to do, or we have to get out of here. Because the longer we're here, the more likely this whole place is going to go up.
I asked the lady, is the hall far?
Oh no, it's just over this ridge here. Well, not she would say ridge. She was over this hill here. That's fine.
Oh, okay, cool.
I hope you're not tired. It's okay. We have daily constitutionals for that sort of thing.
I am actually kind of wheezing at this point because I was not born on a planet. I have spent almost no time on planets, and this is kind of I'm getting kind of sweaty.
Ask her about the bathroom. You probably still have to go. It's better we go now before later.
Oh, yeah. Is there a bathroom at the hall?
Oh, well, no, there's not a bathroom at all. She reaches into a bag and she hands you a stack of paper.
Oh, thanks.
Here you are.
What do I do with it?
You use the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
No shame.
Like just right here in public?
You need me I mean, we have corners for it. We have what would you say? Not corners. Word. Not awning. Alcove. There we go. That's where I was. We're alcove. We have alcoves.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I'll hang. Well, can I take some of this?
Sure.
And I'll give the best respect to you. Thank you. Not the second, but maybe before we go inside.
Yes, you can find the alcove just outside of the hall. You'll be fine.
Okay. Thanks.
Is it like a stack of toilet paper or like actual leaflets of paper?
It's a stack of what could be considered toilet paper.
Is it the same paper that the other unfortunate rando gave me? Like, is it the same kind of stuff? Okay, different stuff.
Same kind, different stuff.
Like, okay, okay. Well, she gave me something, and so I say, oh well, you gave me something. So I'm not gonna listen. I learned my lesson with the gum. But I'm gonna give her the I'm gonna just kind of riffle through the paper. Is it like a notepad or something?
No, it's like a stack of papers that are just kind of like bound together.
Like a notebook.
No, not a notebook. I don't even have my cream laid paper in reach.
Okay, well, but what like so it's is it like it's like a writing pad or like
No,
a
it's like
not
so
it's
when
not toilet paper.
when you buy nice paper, like nice cream laid paper, is usually just bound with a cross ribbon around it. It's just like loose paper that is bound in a ribbon. Or
Okay, so it's just there's nothing written on it or anything. It's just some blank paper that someone gave me.
yes.
Okay, so I give her the paper. I just say, oh, well, you gave me something, so I should give you something, right? That's how it works here.
Oh,
So
I
let me,
didn't know you are such a fast learner. How proud of you.
thanks. Just like trying to, let's reinforce the pattern here. Let's no more terrifying cobweb eyes. Just keep. Yeah.
Well,
Welp. Anything else before we get to the hall, or
nothing else scary unless somebody decides to touch her again or question her whole life again. You're fine.
I asked her one question and she went on her own spiral. In fact, I don't even think I asked her a question to go to that. She just went there herself. I simply was making sure that the information was consistent with what you told me.
Yeah. The inconsistency was intentional, and then you questioned her on it.
I did find out. It turns out it wasn't a correct inconsistency. Does the chant get louder and louder as we get closer to this hall of petitioners?
If you are still holding until you get to the door, then it's nothing.
Interesting. I'm gonna as we get close to the door, and as soon as I notice the silence, I'm gonna like take a step back and see if the noise comes or the chanting comes back.
It actually takes longer to come back than it did to stop, which is maybe interesting to you or not. But it very slowly comes back. It sort of here. It sounds like, it sounds like something is very slowly unmuffling your ears, and the sound comes back into clarity.
Okay. So kind of like covering a speaker and then slowly uncovering the speaker. Yeah. Okay. And as I wait for Taste to go to the bathroom. I'm going to be testing that like line around this entrance as we thank the like old lady for like bringing us here. Like, oh, thank you so much for bringing us here. I'll wait here for my friend to do his business.
Of course.
I wouldn't want to take any more of your time.
Of course, be with you.
May the chorus be with you also. Is that what you say? Is that with the harmony be with you?
And also with you.
And also with you.
You'll get it. You'll be fine. But as she walks away, she is quietly, you hear her because you have the baton, quietly contemplating the conversation earlier. And every time she has a quiet contemplation, you can just hear that. And then she's like, and then you stop like no, and then she like kind of reassures herself, and then like the auto tune, sort of like low auto tune voice comes back, and that just kind of trails off the distance as like quiet violin screeching contemplation. Oh, melodic under voice.
To me, remembering any embarrassing moment in my life, gonna be as she gets a certain pace away. I'll go back to testing the border around this building. As in this front area, I'm not going to go around the whole building. That'd be weird. But I'm going to test that silence, no silence sounds, no silence, to see if there's like a patch where it starts extending out past the normal border.
It's definitely, the border is hard, but its lingering effect on you is soft and sticky. That is where That is what you're coming to. Like, you are hitting a solid barrier of where the silence happens, but when you pull away, you have been affected by it, and your clarity to sound is trying to return every time you walk back from it.
Interesting. And just baton, not actual things I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll look at Graydon and I'll be like, Graydon, when you walk close to this building, about the front of the door, are you being suppressed at all? Your inner voice?
Huh. I'll have to try it out, and I'll step forward. See if I can. If I sense anything weird.
It does feel hard to think your own thoughts, but not like before. Maybe just like a slight brain fog, but also there is this cloying feeling, this feeling like there is something weaving over you. Nothing is stopping you from thinking a certain way. Maybe it's not you. Maybe it's the people around you. Maybe it's all of those rests. Like there's webbing in all of the rests and all the silent portions in the songs. And it's all here. Or maybe it's in people's heads. Maybe when people hold silence, they're actually holding the web. And then when they open their mouths are being opened. It's so many things and so.
Oh God, that's so like the gum. Also, I remember that. Graydon is just sort of now. He stops. He's like, and he steps back, and he's just looking up at nothing right now. He's just sort of looking around.
Yeah, and when you step back, you do get that slight, your senses need to resharpen themselves. Almost like there's a little goth in the room cleaning the cobwebs, every time you step back, and you walk back and you step back and
It's trying to snare us.
Okay, so you do get quieted. So, I'll tap in to Robin and I will say, there are factions in this world or in this place. Although they don't have shadows, maybe there's still something associated with that.
Surprised the old woman hasn't exploded yet.
And as I say that out loud, I'll look at Graydon and I will say, well, you got quieted. Anything else? That's going to be an issue when we walk in here.
All right, so it's like it's a little like a spider web. If this sort of conceptually, the rests are like a web that come forth from this area and spread out along everything, between everything, and it's everywhere. It goes to everywhere. It goes into people when they're not speaking. You see what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
So you're saying the metaphorical sense of what we saw in the moth.
Well, I should say rather, it's projecting into the silences. It is a presence projecting. They're a presence projecting their mind into the silences.
Like the moth.
Well, I don't know. Have I ever heard a moth think? I don't know if I have or not.
You haven't heard a moth think, in fact. I mean, as far as you know, moths don't think. They're just thingies.
I mean, more in the fact of all
mean?
Those bodies that were webbed up.
Oh, right, back on
and
the
they
moth.
were projecting themselves.
Yes, it is similar. It's actually it's not the same structure, but it's a similar idea. Yes, definitely. This is
the projected
sort
version
of a web that was
the
created.
reality.
Yes, there was a web that was created in the minds of those who were on the gum that we were talking about before, and it connected
gum?
them together in that way. Yes, remember when I
Is
told you
this-
don't accept gum from anyone.
Yes.
Yes,
And so did
it was
the
being
chief medical officer, actually.
yeah. Well,
Um,
Lohan, I suppose, was distributing his acceptance of his calendar through the gum, I think.
and you and, well, luckily you and Tace weren't inwebbed in that.
That's why it's the only gum that we've come in contact with is just the ones the gum that we took off of of Blaine, and then then Taste analyzed it, but then of course Robin found that store of it, and I would assume
Well, if I didn't
but,
before, I do now.
he found a store of it. He found where it was being kept.
Well,
and hid
if they have
some of it, I believe.
if they have similar effects as we do in having symbolism,
Well, they did
very
find
clear symbolism, I point back to my shadow. Maybe that is how they have their signifiers, their shadows
well, yes,
the
right. Yes,
projections in their
that's-
minds.
Yes, they're subservient to the spider, basically, to the spider of the one who controls it. It's a 7-legged spider.
Still 7 like. So still projection, not an actual spider, right? I just need to clarify, not an actual
I
spider.
assume not. No, spiders aren't usually able to do this kind of stuff.
No.
I just needed to make sure.
Nope. Spiders
Okay.
are real normal usually.
just I've seen a lot of things in the last 24 hours. I just needed to clarify.
Yeah, good question. Spiders are real normal usually.
It's important.
So we have a 7-legged spider you noticed in your mind
Yes,
sphere?
that was the symbol that came up after I found after I found the director.
Well,
the
Robin,
You're catching all of this, right, Robin? You're hearing this?
Unfortunately, you were probably the most well versed in the thing you probably shouldn't know about, because they have to teach you. We work to avoid this all the time.
It's kind of like in behind it there was a mirror, sort of like a cracked mirror. Also, it was part of it.
There's just quiet panic.
Sort of its symbology. Well, they have. Well, I mean, they have 7 factions here, so I assume that's.
So this place definitely needs regime change. It's just what chimes in over the augment.
Oh, all right. To everyone?
Are you familiar?
Oh, right. You guys don't know your history.
I don't need to know this kind of history.
I mean,
It wasn't always the hexarchy. It was once a heptarchy.
Was it a 7-legged spider?
They were 7, and the 7th was, group of like leaders, philosophers, thought prophets. They dallianced with the concept of democracy, and the other 6 didn't like that.
I mean, this doesn't feel very democratic, though.
This seems like where the survivors went, and after a coup/atrocity, a response to the coup/atrocity.
Hmm. An example via remembrance is what you're saying.
Again, the, we used to be larger, and there was a conflict because of that entire democracy thing. And okay, puzzle pieces falling into place. It makes sense that this place is some sort of cosmological cylindrical linchpin, and those that survived the regime change ended up here.
Being used to power the black sites.
I don't know about used power the black site, more that this place was already a foci within the greater calendar, and that makes whatever they're doing on the black site easier to conduct.
Hmm.
Again, think of it as from what I'm understanding, from what everyone has said, and what the people who are far smarter than me have said, that this point in space is a hub on a great wheel. And if you are going to do a strong cylindrical effect, you need to be closer and closer to the point that holds all the spokes together. And so the black site being over top makes absolutely perfect sense. And it also makes sense why you would still need the 7, because if it was eliminated, that would cause sort of a cylindrical collapse. So them actually still existing makes absolute sense, especially if there was an agreement made.
I just need to ask real quick.
Mhm.
Several episodes back, someone mentioned the Liege to Graydon.
They did.
I think, and so do I not know who that is, or?
I mean, you probably do. I think that probably the Raw Hall as well, and the Shuos have the most in
Okay.
hey, because like the Raw Hall and the Leos were like two sides of the same coin. So there's a lot of intertwined history. While the
That's true,
Shuos
because consensus came out of a lot of the art and philosophy of the
right. While the Shuos were like, this is what the Shuos probably say, hey, there was this thing. It was totally back. This is a setting where somebody even saying democracy is like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Someone said democracy. I was like, wait, what?
I'm like doing the augment equivalent of Googling, like what does that even mean? As I'm
just sort of
listening in
say-
on this group chat.
I'll just sort of say back to Robin. So you think these folks are descendants of the Liege?
I would say that this is not just the Liege. This is a remnant of the Heptarchy. There was. If I was going to do the ancient coup, I would find folks that were far more self-interested, and in order to not upset the calendar, an agreement was made that them and some of their ilk would continue to exist in these important places so the calendar didn't collapse. In exchange, they don't get terminated and they can rule their little planets as they see fit as long as they do not interfere. And we will continue to ferry people, undesirables, to them for indoctrination into this greater society so their genetics don't bottleneck. And that way, if I'm going to conduct any terrible experiments, I still have the same, cylindrical basis and foci to do my stuff.
The high calendar shouldn't need the heptarchic calendar to function.
But the heptarchic calendar was the thing that was before.
Yes,
and you showed
course,
yourself how resistant folks are to revelations and change.
It's
Trying to make something brand spanking new involves more chaos. People playing
Well, yeah,
far less fast and loose would hedge their bets and just have something quiet, out of the way, heavily controlled, be in the places that need to still have that same infrastructure.
that's not very efficient. You'd think you take time when you put up scaffolding and you replace the thing.
But no,
That's-
no, everything is slapdash, and you use the key points that are in the frame. You don't try and replace a cornerstone.
They really didn't talk about the calendar. They didn't really talk about the foundation of the calendar this way at the academy.
No, because everything is propaganda.
You wouldn't have bought in if they had told you the history of
It's
the calendar.
Truth is an inconvenience, and when you're in power, you get to decide what is true. You get to
wrong, and it's
decide
inefficient,
history.
and it's just lazy.
No, it's not
Mm.
lazy. Don't think of it that way. It's safe. It is safe for their power to maintain, as opposed to trying to build something up from the basis. Like so many planets that have been conquered before, we pave over what is there and use the good foundations that were already extant to build upon.
We just didn't put in the work because we were afraid. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you that if I was trying to build something, again, you're talking to Ashuros, scavengers by reputation. I use what is already in my hands to build a better weapon. I have been trained to kill people with pencils, okay? You use the tools you have.
Damn you, Robin. I wish you didn't make so much sense. And he actually does swear at that point.
Honestly, Graydon, and this is the terrible thing, I wasn't as forward and honest until you made me. There's a reason why we're not trusted. Because if we spoke the truth, the system collapses.
And I hear
I
Graydon's
think-
song with the baton.
What?
Yeah, I mean, what does Graydon sound like musically?
I think
like
I think Graydon is about to just sort of turn and start walking in a random direction. I'm not trying to split the party, I swear. I'm just
no, you're
basically.
fine.
he's-
I was just
That's
asking,
okay.
what does Graydon sound like musically as you walk off?
He's he sounds like, I think, yeah, it's like you're holding the baton. It's, have you ever heard, I'm trying to think if it's like this. I need a better point of reference, but this is the first one I can grab. So kind of, oh God. Okay, there's an aria that it wouldn't sound exactly like it, but it's the same sort of idea of just sort of it's like a sad realization. This is, or it's a thing that should be very happy but sounds very sad.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of kind of like a little bit in that way, sort of like Una Furtiva Lagrima. I don't know if you're familiar with that one.
Mm-hmm.
It's very specific, but it's it goes to this basically, it's supposed to be. The idea is very joyous. A lot of people think that it's sad because of the way it sounds. And so this is una furtiva lagrima negli occhi suoi sfondo, etc. And it's sort of like that, but it's this. It's almost. It's not exactly an inversion of it, but it's kind of this idea that it's like suddenly the singer realizes how he sounds.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets sadder and sadder.
Yeah.
The more this song of joy, supposed song of joy, is sung.
I got you. Okay. So I'll let Graydon walk off in his mood. I guess I'll just I'll back off from like the front of the door, so we're not just having. I'm assuming we haven't been standing in front of the door this entire time. I'm assuming we've backed off.
I assume that you've backed off. You have some people in the party with some sense.
So I'll look at Tace and be like, well, what do you make of it all?
Oh, I don't. This seems very above my pay grade, honestly.
Well, think of it as a machine. In the way it is.
The whole calendar? I guess.
The calendar, this calendar, and the machinations that Graydon described. All, from my understanding, machines are just a lot of pieces put together to all work in conjunction to have a purpose.
Well, these are. I just kind of look at my little briefcase again. And I'm just like, I think I could spend my whole life studying this and maybe not, get to the bottom of it. But these machines, so to speak, they're so complex. I think that if we go in here, we have to be really careful. Graydon's right. We could upset it. We could topple this whole thing when we're trying to do the opposite.
Well, you heard the little diatribe about building on something that is, building on top of something. Do you think that is what we're attempting to do?
I heard rumors about the Liège. It was just kind of, irrelevant information at the academy. Yeah, there used to be a different way, and don't try to study it because it's banned now. And I think that, some students got ejected every year for trying to studying it anyway because that's what we do. But it would make sense. It would make sense to, speaking as an engineer, it would make sense to reuse what we could.
Then what do you make of our attempts here? Do you think we are trying to turn it off and on again? Do you think we are replacing a poor part? You're going to have to work with me here. That's about all the tech knowledge I have to use as a metaphor.
I'm worried that this is more like a flywheel where it is, so to speak, metaphorically, spinning very quickly, conserves momentum, is resistant to changes in direction, so to speak. But if you trying to think of how to describe it, I guess if you tap it just right, the whole thing can flip over. it can change very, very quickly into something completely different.
And still serve the same purpose? Or something new?
Possibly in the opposite direction. I don't know. I mean, this is this is an simplification, right? I mean, I like I said, very complex systems. This is, I'm not bad at math, but this math is beyond me. I mean, this is like, it would take me a very long time to even, get down to, how are they interacting? How are they different? How are they? I mean, well, you can see how they're different. You can see their effects on the world, the exotic effects that are different than the Hexarchets, but still still terrifying. We got here and I was looking around and I was just thinking when we arrived that we've seen so much pain and blood, and couldn't there be another way to live? And what if it was this way? And then, cobweb eyes and stuff. So I don't think that, what if it was different but not like this? This is really where I'm at this point.
Robin at this point has snuck up behind these two and has just been standing there quietly.
It's, I mean, either way, I want to hear your input more in this case. I think we all need to have and be in on what's happening and not so insular, although I know the Navi are known for being in their heads and thinking all their plans inside until something pops out. But I would appreciate hearing what you have to say. Like what you think about what could have been if this were a more perfect society.
Well,
and even you, Robin.
But you already know code. This is nothing new.
Yeah, I just very distracted. Well, yeah, we, we're this is teamwork, right? We're collaborating. We're working together.
We have to be our own machine.
You're both on the right path, but you're thinking about this far too complex.
No.
This is, to put it in a more complex framework, we're changing the operating system. To put it in a more simple framework, we are taking a ball-peen hammer that has been used time and time again to hit people in the temple, and they're actually going to try and drive a nail with it.
That's a colorful
Sometimes I think you put things a little too simply.
As you make this remark about things that are too simple, Graydon, you were walking away. And you managed to, unfortunately, probably, catch up with that old woman who is having an argument. Who's having an argument about the price of tea. And they are back and forth about how many units of tea is per amount of currency. And this argument is probably the most, you probably haven't seen an argument this heated since you've been home at in a debate. As they are, telling each other how not only just like they're wrong, but how fundamentally they are wrong as a person for being wrong about this particular thing.
Get him. Get him. Tell him.
Like the fact that you don't know this very basic fact, in fact, makes you unethical and unfit for standing on the ground in front of me.
Damn.
Like,
Ooh.
like, just like no like wounding argument should really come from tea prices between at least two people, and it's happening. And the more incensed this woman gets, the more like, out of sync with reality. You ever imagine a person that was Technicolor against a very normal background?
Mhm.
Like they themselves are becoming hyper colored compared to everything else being, well, just
Yeah.
the room. And if you happen to walk around, they are the way they are talking is becoming like they're speaking through a flange,
Hmm.
and everything is being warped, and their eyes are getting this like milky spidery quality that you probably didn't like before. Meanwhile, taste, what's cool about acid and probably this gum? Like, just sometimes, like, you make a movement and like it pops and you just get a little gum hit, like, ooh,
Little flashback.
little gum
Yeah.
flashback. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're talking to the floor, you were pulling things out, you're picking things up, putting them down, you were gesturing with your hands a bit, and you just kind of crack your joints a bit, and you get this flashback to this delicate otherworldly fluttering. It is the bounce on the cosmos of wing beats with a hum that gives you a subtle cosmic melody. Taste is getting high apparently right in front of you. And what you notice most distinctly is that there are two of these. One is above you, and it's your buddy, the moth. But the other one, is here somewhere. It's around you. It's not in space above you. And it sounds odd because moths are supposed to be in fucking space.
So I can hear the moth up there.
Yeah, but you hear a
But
new moth.
I can also hear what sounds like another moth.
Right. And as all of that is happening, Graydon is watching this argument just become fever pitched. And this old woman looks like she is growing ready to commit a whole ass murder.
Well, grocery prices be like that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, they do like that sometimes. If
Grocery prices be like that sometimes.
they do. If it looks to me like she's about to fall over to jump over the edge and harm someone.
Yeah, she is. She has a little trowel she pulls out of her bag. It's like, you stupid bitch.
Damn.
So so Graydon, being very conflicted, is terribly sad about what he is about to do, I think. Because he's thinking, surely their calendar should have taken care of this. She should be a pillar of salt by now. She's not a pillar of salt yet.
You are correct, sir.
And so, unfortunately, I'm going to have to, in order to prevent another major upset from happening here and from her spiking out all over the place, which is our fault, Graydon believes, he's going to try to see if he can invoke the local calendar to just do it, to go ahead and freaking take her, turn her into a pillar of salt. Please stop this hole in the dam before it explodes.
All right. You don't even have to roll. You do that. You take over this local calendar. Yeah. You watch as she pulls out that trowel, and she, at your insistence of embracing this contract, you, not her, but your intent, your will turns her to salt as she is reaching for the trowel. As she, your intent turns her component pieces into a silence. She is silent. She is a rest on the staff evermore.
Raiden is going to very quickly turn around and start walking away. Just having realized this terrible thing, there's a tear running down his cheek as he does so, and he is going to send Robin a message. If all get out breaks loose, and we have to do this, and we have access to it, if we have access to it, you should know that back on the ship, should we need to get to it and be able to, there is an emotion parasite launcher. That will topple the whole danged thing. If it's pointed at the right target.
Simple one word, no quips, no jokes, just understood.
Heading back in the direction of the group.
And I think we'll take a break after this, but you walk back to the group. The moth is still singing, and there is almost like you're following a measure. The world blinks, and there is in front of you the rest of the planet, and behind you is a black chamber with black risers filled with people in dark blue robes, and in front of them is one person in a dark blue robe with black accents and a white porcelain mask. Behind them, trapped in a spider's web, is a gorgeous, iridescent moth, its wings fluttering against a web. Let's go to break.
Damn! Damn! Oh shit!
Folks,
Okay.
we have gone from sci-fi to motherfucking anime now.
We asked for this. No, this is our doing. This is our doing. I remember our sessions 0. All right.
I don't.
No, it'll be okay. Probably for the best, really.
I'm just gonna put it out there now. For any artist watching this, I would love to see a picture, what Hollow described, done in the style of Evangelion. I'm just
I may have watched Evangelion entirely too many times. That's anything I love. I overconsume anything I love in repetition.
Yep.
Fair.
Okay, folks, we're gonna go to a break, and so we can scream for a while. And then I've got an interview on that I've recently re-edited. And so we're going to throw that up, and we will be back in a little bit and see how everything, see how everything ends, because I feel as though perhaps it's about to. We will see you shortly. Welcome to the break. I am here with Dee, and we are going to talk about games that Dee has written. Hello, greetings.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Just delighted to have you here. You have written several games. and I've been lucky enough to be able to play some of them, and so I just wanted to delve into your itch page here and just sort of talk a little bit about some of the games that you've written, at least whatever we can touch on here. I wanted to sort of start with these couple that you that you developed, the Helene Heroines and Zia's Recipe Book. Tell us a little bit about those.
So those are the two games that I wrote. Independent systems. They're systems I created for these particular games. And Helene Heroines is actually the first game I ever wrote independently. And it is based on a conception of ancient Greek mythology as it actually was understood. And rather than a lot of the filtering you get for Victorian and early 20th century's perceptions of what Greek mythology was. So it's a very interesting system. I acknowledge that it's not perfect. It was the first one I ever wrote, but it will always be dear to my heart. It was also it's unique because I believe that its focus is a lot on looking at power dynamics and how you can tell a story and have complex heroines, specifically because this game was written to address female representation as a heroine model.
Yeah.
But with also the understanding of an ancient Greek definition of what a hero was. And then that's important to understand is that in ancient Greece, to be a hero required certain things. All of the heroes of Greek mythology have a couple things in common, aside from, number one, they're all men. Number two, they're all somehow semi-divine. Either directly, we talk about Hercules, although he wasn't really so much a hero as like a comic relief character, and quite frankly, was frequently discussed as being a comic relief character. And you see him, like one of my favorite plays, he just shows up midway during the hostess, he comes to this kingdom and the king's wife has died for him, and it's this whole thing, and everybody's tragic, and they're just finished the funeral, and Hercules shows up and he's like, "Hi, I want another drink." "What do you mean I can't drink right now? I should be..." It's hilarious. But so heroes in ancient Greek mythology have semi-divine, either directly one parent being divine, or their grandparents or great-grandparents, but there's a divine lineage there somewhere. And they're all nobles, right? Like, they have to be of the upper classes. You cannot be of the lower classes and be a hero. And part of that actually comes down to an understanding in language of the word save in Greek is not used for an equal. A Greek man could save women and children, but he cannot save his buddy on the battlefield. You can't do that because you're undermining his authority, you're undermining his masculinity, you're undermining his identity. You can help him on the battlefield, but you can't save him. And this is really kind of an important understanding because it gets changed when we get into the use of Greek in the New Testament and then the Christian ideology of like Christ saves everybody.
Yeah.
But Christ can do that because he's divine and therefore above everyone. So Helene Heroines is taking those understandings of heroism as defined by ancient Greeks and applying it to a lot of these female figures, which were also kind of important, right? Like Andromache and Medea and, some of these other women who are also semi-divine and, again, noble classes. Everything is about the noble classes. And so it's a very interesting story game system that I created. And the first adventure I ran for it and kind of wrote it for was a conception for the labyrinth, where the players are all trying to escape the labyrinth. And they all have major and minor benefit. And it's a die-based system similar to your favorite system, Jim. It's a die-based system with different values attributed to different die. And you have this, major and minor benefits that come from having who your divine patron was, who your
Yeah.
divine lineage came from.
Cool.
And it really is a look on how that all kind of plays out and interacts. I love it. It's one of my favorite games
Excellent.
I've ever
No,
written.
that's great. I do enjoy a good labyrinth. Tell us a little bit about Zia's recipe book, if you would.
So Zia's recipe book actually came out of PAX U 2019.
Hmm.
I had previously, I follow Dave Baker and Meg Baker, both really brilliant, I think, creatives, very strong voices in the space.
Yeah.
And they have written one of my favorite games and a tool set that I like to use in any game that's going to involve romance called Firebrands, because it's a great system to highlight verbal and communicative consent, and even within roleplay. And so one of the first supplements I wrote for a published tool, a published rule set was Among the Phoenicians, which is a Firebrands setting for between the First and Second Punic Wars in Sicily. And it had a lot of fun, and I enjoyed writing it. But at PAX U 2019, Meg Baker was there, and I wanted to go over and talk to her because we had been communicating. Because one of the things I said is like, okay, well, I've written this supplement. I should let Dave and Meg Baker know that I've done this. Hi, is this okay? And yes, it would have been fine theoretically because you can't copyright rule sets, but at the same time, this is a very narrativist game where certain phrasing is very important. So it's like it's a free game. You can go download it. Mine is a supplement. It's you can go free to download. And so we've been texting, and one of the things that came out of that is a discussion we were having about. She was putting together this anthology of books about ethnic experience in food and how food communicates in just in general. And unfortunately, because of COVID, really is what happened. The end of 2019, that weird discussions going on and all these things, and then we get to 2020, and COVID happens, and that whole project falls apart. So I actually end up individually publishing this game, and it is a game about memory and traditions and food and how that is expressed across generations, and how, well, I'll just read the blurb because I think I wrote it much better in the blurb than I would. Sure. So Zia's recipe book is a game about the dishes that connect families across generations, be they family of blood or family of choice. Zia is Italian for aunt, but this recipe book can be from any auntie, mama, mother, grandmother, nonna, nana, tia, bobe, makuahine, kapuahine, or anakani across generations or ethnic groups. It is full of recipes that have fed the family for generations. It is a treasured artifact that connects the present to the past. But Zia never measured in cups or tablespoons. There's not a mention of ounces or grams anywhere inside this book. And you are to make one of these signature recipes for a major event. The story of how this dish is made and who you make it with, and what history you remember together, is the tale you will tell at this table. And it's a D6 system that you could play solo journaling or with people.
Beautiful.
So it's kind of a lot of fun.
I love that description. That's wonderful. All right. Well, if folks want to find your stuff, where should they go?
You can check the games I wrote out on itch, ddonlan at ddonlan.itch.io. You can also check if you see me around Twitch, you can find me at Praxagor Thesmophoria around Twitch, and my link tree is there. You can find me at all those places.
Excellent. We must talk about some of your other games very soon. But for now, I'm going to throw things back to my future self, whatever it is that I've gotten up to at this point. Thank you all very much for watching. Take care. We're back. Hey, how's it going? I hope everyone's doing okay.
Well, I know a moth that's not.
Yes, yes.
I don't think any of us are doing okay at this point.
No, no.
So Tay started reacting before we all started. Robin and I started seeing
Yes.
the mess. So as I'm just like, I was like, hello, hello. And as he continues not to react to me before the display in front of us, I'll point the baton at Tace. And what am I garnering from Tace?
Is this like a personal song that is this like a signifier essentially?
Yes, it is
Or
like a
is it-
signifier.
Okay. God, I think Tace's God, I have to think about that a little bit. Tace's personal theme song would be something like well, if we're going, orchestral or whatever, then I'm not a music major and I don't know that much about classical
fine.
music. So like just something
It could be any
something
song.
kind of anxious, I guess. Something kind of like, but like kind of quiet, like just kind of this quiet, like kind of thrum of anxiety, like you're in a slasher film or something, and the shadow has just passed across the foreground as the person turns around and is like, oh, must have been the wind.
And
Fires
as
above the
this
bee on kazoos.
and as you start seeing this display in front of you, does that like change at all, or does it get more anxious or calmer?
So when the something kind of snaps and we suddenly see.
When
Oh.
As you're experiencing it, you're like,
Okay.
your journey of emotion
I think it gets louder.
louder.
like I don't know what the fuck's. No, it's like because like I'm hearing the moth singing, and that is a soothing thing, but now I'm seeing a moth in distress, and also still hearing the moth upstairs or whatever, and so it's just like it's this kind of weird like push and pull between like oh, this is this was my happy place, but oh no, like this is something bad's happening now. So like this is gonna kind of.
I got you.
Oh shit! I should. Someone should do something. Oh shit! Is that me? No, someone should do something.
And then as I'm like trying to interpret that, that's when boom, we all visually see what's happening at this moment.
Everybody sees what's happening on one. If you turned around, there's the rest of where you've been for this point of the game, and if you turn back around, it's this.
Space shenanigans.
Hey, what the actual fuck is going on?
I think I kind of take a couple steps and I'm like, like toward the moth or whatever, and I'm just like, you're hurting it. What are you doing?
Leaning over to floor and just kind of whispering, if I were to theorize, this is a visual calendrical spike.
That's not good.
You don't say.
Understatement of the century. But
well,
this
I waved the baton everywhere to see if I catch any signal.
As you start waving the baton, and your presence is creating these odd notes, and the person in the pale mask raises their hand and constantly is sweeping and closing their hand in time with your rapid striking to maintain the silence in the room. And as they are lifting their hands to do so, the chorus behind him is signing, making hand gestures and opening their mouths to project the silence outward.
Ah. Am I seeing this?
Yeah.
He's trying to stop you.
I'm not even doing anything.
Yes, you are. You are using a calendrical effect on the planet, which is disrupting their control.
Interesting.
And
kind of
that
Go ahead.
moth is likely being used as that thing I was talking about earlier, able to project as a shelter for the planet.
Okay, well, whatever reservations I had before are gone. I turn around. I'm like, well, we'll do it more.
And I'm like, well, I didn't create the spike.
Fuck this place.
Fuck these people. Should have let that woman kill that guy.
I keep that tool on her.
Okay. That was her heresy. I'm not really watching this gentleman. Floor knows music, but if I had to guess what space opera Ninefox Gambit music would be like, I would assume it's something like mid 1900s, like experimental music where we're just learning what electronic music is and we're just really fucking around and finding out. I'm assuming that's what's around, like what's popular at the moment in the in culture. Probably like there was some really pretentious like indie movie that recently came out that was like all silent and all had this terrible soundtrack behind it, but we all had to enjoy it because it's the new thing. So I'm gonna be channeling that as I'm like just moving the baton, because Floor doesn't know what the fuck people do. It's just this.
Funny thing, the author of this book is an amateur composer, and they in fact have an entire band camp of music inspired by their own work.
Wow.
Oh, that's a lot of fun.
me.
Yeah. So I'm going to just reading that real quick. So I'm just going to I have beat, so I can I'm just channeling this music that I heard, experimental music, a lot of beat, a lot of time signature changes, if they had a time signature at all. So I'm just moving it sporadically, because I feel like that's as discordant as I possibly can be in this moment. But I'm spinning around in a circle because Graydon's not with us, and I want to see. I know he went away from us, so I'm just gonna be spinning in a circle while moving it, trying to see if I could see Graydon.
Yeah, Graydon was walking back from the murder they definitely didn't do.
Yes.
And that's
crying.
His uniform, by the way, he's told the uniform, put me back in my grays, please. And
oh man.
Throw it over here, poor buddy.
I want to do something terrible.
Sure. Now is the time for terrible.
If ever there was a time.
I see this sort of back and forth going on, this contest of wills. What happens when I pick up Floor and use her as an extra long baton?
Yeah.
Channel me. What are you?
just-
What next
just-
to me?
Just full on
Ask first.
We're past the point of asking. This is full gremlin mode now. And I am going to trust that you are tough and stubborn enough that I can conduct you as if I were conducting an orchestra playing System of a Down.
Anyway, so yeah, as you decide to conduct aerials out here, there are snappings of the web behind this moth is snapping. The chorus is signing fervently, faster, 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 to keep up with the frantic movements of this silent conductor. The moth's song to you, Taste, feels like bleeding.
For you.
If you've ever had a cut over your forehead and it's just leaking into your eyes, that is what is coming down in your ears.
I
As
go ahead.
as the song goes on. Okay.
I try to hit the conductor with my briefcase.
Roll it.
Oh, you know what?
I
Pop
can't-
off. Pop off. Channel that old lady.
I can't. I am not physically strong, so I don't know how this is gonna go. But
Well, you always have your 3 dice, and
Right.
you can explain your edges however you think they might
right,
apply.
pull this up. Well, I am good at computer. Is probably not gonna fly this time. I am holding a computer, but this is not how it's meant to be held. Meant to be
Nah.
used. Okay. Signifier tenacity / tunnel vision. Yeah, this is definitely a tunnel vision moment. So that's 2, right? For my signifier.
Yes.
Okay, 2.
Yeah.
I should remember this, but we only do this once a week, so it falls out of my brain again. And defend
Mhm.
friends at all costs. I think this is just, pretty much screw everybody else. I am defending my friends, my friends behind me, and also this moth in front of me, who I automatically classify as a friend because moths are buddies. Oh, and I have oh, okay, that's okay. Yeah, because I'm up to I think, yeah, I'm up to my clock is up to 4, and I still have that shows for a day bonus. So everything under a 5, everything 5 and under, this is all successes. So yeah,
Ooh, let's go.
3 3s, 2 1s, and a 4. So 6 successes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, in the most discordant thing possible, you roll up
Clong.
and you El Kabong this fucking guy with your briefcase.
So yeah, y'all are doing some kind of like magic battle or something. I'm just like, nah.
Get him. Fuck him up.
And-
Right in the mask. Just
like right in
bam.
the mask. And there is a moment where the shattered pieces of the mask hang in midair, only to reveal a bloody face, but the blood is poured down so intricately into a 7-legged spider across their visage. Creighton,
Hi.
this room was so quiet before. Even in the midst of your friends and this chaotic fucking battle and somebody wielding a baton while they were being wielded like a baton, this room was fucking quiet. It was. It really was. But all of a sudden, there's an upwelling from one point in the room. All this desperation, this anger, this sense of betrayal from a system that it once belonged to wells up. It's like a din in the distance. Like, what if you could have an entire raging tavern of feelings roiling from 20 miles away, getting closer, 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 as this cacophony of heartache threatens to roil over this room.
So as he is, sorry, was there?
No, that's it. I was adjusting the chair.
As Graydon approaches, he is just sort of steeling himself, and he looks almost as though he is for a moment. His face seems very stony right now, as he's coming forward. Though you might be able to see a little bit of his eyes are a little red, and as he is stepping forward, he sees Tace hitting. Important clarification: is there a spider and a moth, or is the spider a moth?
So no, the moth is very real. It's very big. It's on the back wall. There's a spider web behind it.
Okay, got it.
Some of the tines of the web are breaking. Every one of those sounded like a broken piano wire. The spider is a symbol that has come in this sort of like ephemeral space.
Yes.
Because after Tace broke the mask, those shards of that mask are still hanging in the air.
Got it.
Just spinning ever so slowly in this tableau, while the head wound that came from being slapped in the fucking face by a briefcase bled down in the shape of a 7-legged spider.
Okay. As I am approaching,
is so pale, it's like a mirror. There we go.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right. So, anyone? Oh no, I don't think anyone sort of can hear this necessarily, but you hear this sort of. Well, I'll get to it. Graydon is going to step forward, sort of straightening, and he will say to Tace as he is moving, it's like, no. Just kind of almost casually, he will say to Tace, "Any of those calculations ready yet? I may need them in a moment." And as he is approaching the spider and removing his gloves.
Oh shit. Okay, Tace gives you a completely wild, like completely feral look, and bolts for the back wall. And I'm gonna try to like start pulling the threads off of the web off the moth.
These webs are sharp. They're not razor sharp, but they are sharp enough that as you pull at them, it's like an old iron fence. It has knurls and little pits in it that just rub against your hands as you pull this thing free. And it can't help it. It's not trying to hurt you, but it's in pain and singing. And that song is so potent right now that is making your bones shake as you are trying to do all of this.
Well, I know what I'm doing next, but this is all kind of happening simultaneously, so I feel like, what are other people doing?
At this point, seeing that what the two nerds are doing, I'm going to put Floor down, and as I am retrieving the bicycle pump and putting it together, I like to think that a lot of the Shuos training is done to music. And for the usage of this particular gun, one piece of music comes to mind. And for the music majors out there, Rachmaninoff, Prelude in C sharp minor. Those three heavy piano chords. That bum bum bum. Sort of like, has arrived. And for those who know guns, the pistol that I am using is essentially a futuristic well rod for all of you World War II fans. And it's essentially a pistol up here, and the handle is the clip. So it could easily stow the clip, and the thing is, because it has an integral silencer, it doesn't look like a gun barrel. Just click, and I'm not shooting for the guy in the mask. I'm not shooting for the webs. The choral singers, if they have their mouths open, pop, pop, pop.
So as you are doing this, they are going to roll to try and maintain their silence as they fall. They're probably not going to succeed very well. Not all of them, anyway. So some of them, in an act of self-betrayal, let loose a as they fall. And those actual notes being added to the room creates a cascade. Taste, you are blown backwards as the webs start to shatter, just like they start to shatter around you. And the moth is now flapping free. You've got your gloves off. What's happening over here, gloveless man?
Well, so as he approaches, he has in the direction of the spider, just basically with a very sad but still strangely kind look on his face. He's going to say, "I'm sorry. It's time." And he is going to begin humming. And or rather, he's kind of been humming in his head already. And the humming is going to come out. He's trying to go in beat to what Floor is doing, or is trying to at least help Floor's beat with what he's doing. And what is going to emerge is this sound sounds like bells coming, or it actually sounds like church organs. And the sound of rushing water. As he tries to sort of mentally position everyone on a little bit higher ground. And I am essentially going to try to flood this individual with the true calendar.
Make a roll versus this individual.
Okay. So, once again, I've got my 3 people are not tools, they're instruments. The cacophony ends. I have read the entire libretto. And mine is the hymn of the true calendar, and I will defend it.
Yeah.
And, wait, I made a note earlier. Just in case. Let's see. Is it there? Is it there? Ah, yes. Part of the reason I am imagining a flood is because I am remembering the mirror, and I am trying to distort it because, or with the rushing of the water, which is also itself a different kind of mirror, because I'm trying to also tap into the fact that they know that their belief that every reflection is a truth, if I can sort of suss that at all.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to cut off their avenues of escape. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dice. Here we go. Okay, I will need to re-roll these two because they really, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 successes and a 6. I'm going to let's up the party clock one more. Why not? I'm sure it'll be fine. I will do that, and that's what we have.
All right. So you bring about this flood, this torrent, this rush of water. And your calendar is true to you. Because you've been drinking from other places, Graydon, haven't you? I mean, you've been dipping your feet in other ponds. And what comes forth is not just what you think the calendar is. I mean, well, it's what you've experienced as a calendar, because your experiences sort of, they inform you. I mean, you just killed a woman in cold blood in the name of another calendar not so long ago.
Yeah.
Or maybe the blood was warm. Yeah, you could tell us one way or another.
It was a little warm. It was very warm. It was very, yes, it was definitely
you committed a crime of passion.
It was definitely a crime of passion
in the name of another calendar not so long ago.
Yeah.
So what floods through here with all the discordant notes, with the gunfire, with the ripping of a brittle iron webbing, with the song of a moth that definitely should be in space, but it is in fact vibrating through the air here. All of that creates all of that mixing with this deluge. And there's a moment where this space is hard to conceive, hard to see, hard to think about in the conflict of all of these thoughts, all of these very high concepts. And there's a moment where it feels like the suck of vacuum as this moth flies off. Also, cutting away to this, there's a moment where Ko panics because I can't see him. Ko on the ship goes, I can't. Where'd he go? He can't just disappear. You can't just disappear on a whole fucking planet. But he can't see you. And so he moves to activate the weapon. But he is in fact intercepted by a moth. So now we have a moth, two moths sort of entangling, like, loving to, in fact, meet one another, while we have this stray graviton chain flinging about. They call that cuts as they are closer to the planet they ought be, cuts a score right across a work section. As you watch as those people are tossed and then carried away and crushed under the great gravity of this chain. It is in fact not that the cacophony is ending, but the cacophony is here. The cacophony has rushed forward. It has turned this room into an antediluvian mess.
Is their conductor still alive? Or is he...
Oh no. The conductor.
Good.
The conductor is very flat on the ground. Much like, where they were is in fact a burnt smear in the shape of a 7-legged spider.
Okay. So we are still in this cylindrical spike cacophony hell, essentially?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Cylindrical spikes usually only happen in ship-to-ship battle. You were in the middle of a very person-to-person spike here.
I know what, how cylindrical spikes work and all of that, obviously. But for those of you who don't know,
okay, yeah,
in the audience,
So for the audience, what a cylindrical spike is a time where a significant event can happen that changes cylindrical values. Usually, they are done on a very precise scale. Like, hey, let's kill this guy who happens to be the commander on this feast day because him dying on this feast day would be cool, and because it would resonate with the event, it could cause a change in values here.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes and it's used on enemy to enemy because shifting the local calendar means that your effects work better. But this is helping no one.
Yeah, this is just chaos incarnate.
Yes.
Okay. So the song is still going in here, right? There's still some sort of music happening.
There is something like music. My music teacher, as Hollow growing up, my music teacher always told me that music is nothing but sound and silence. So music is happening.
And our moth has flown away. The
web
is gone.
Away. Your moth is flown away. Taste is actually not in the room. You're caught up in the trail of this moth. You seem fine, right now, but
Okay.
you are extra atmo right now.
Okay, I am in space.
Yes.
That's cool. I'm doing a spacewalk with no suit. This rules. I'm gonna die.
Like, just make friends with your moth buddy. Maybe he'll protect you.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, wait, you're dragging me with you.
Please help me.
Yeah, I don't. If I'm no longer tripping balls, I mean, you know what I'm gonna do at this point.
Have him trip some balls.
I got it. Okay, well now it's life or death.
Look, if this is the end.
Yeah, it's like I either got to trip balls or die. That looks like my choices here. Yeah, I'm gonna get a whole handful of gum out of my pocket. Like, I just I take a moment to center myself. I'm afraid to even try to breathe. I don't know why I'm already not dying of decompression. And I'm just cram a whole handful of gum into my mouth and just try to direct my thoughts like whatever frequency vibe thing we previously had with the other moth, and then I could hear it before. I'm just like, hey, help, please, help.
All right, you taste. You take all this gum. There's a moment where you derealize, and because you're not sure if your taste, because taste doesn't have wings, right? Taste's body shouldn't have a carapace, right?
Not sure.
Yes, you're having a Kafka-esque thing
Unclear
happening here.
Okay.
One should not make it lunch in space.
Oh man. Yeah. I'm tripping balls.
You're tripping balls so hard you're not sure if you're taste or if you're a moth.
Whichever thing I am calling out for help because I am very close to dying.
So on planet in Atmo, we've got a Shuos, an Ondin, and a Rahal in the middle of some nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is a good way to put it. I stop the baton to see if anything changes, anything happens. There's a twitch on the flattened spider on the ground.
There is nothing from the flattened smear of a spider on the ground. There,
Good.
when you put your baton down, the room fades away, and you are seeing as you are back fully on planet, and and people. You can hear the quailing of people as they are trying to find their songs and failing to do so. As the work breaks down, as the songs fail, some people start to turn to salt out of fear of being not within their community. Some people simply choose to expire. And those things are different, by the way. Like some people are choosing their own self-excision, but some people are choosing to just die. Not like I shot myself or no, just choosing in that moment that being dead is better.
Okay.
This is where you do the buy the world the Coke thing.
Yeah. First I pick up the baton in face north to see if that work song is still going.
That work song is offbeat because so you're a music major, we have discovered. You have a choir. Somebody is 2 measures off from everybody else, and that's happening for everyone in the song. So nobody is singing it. It's like the shittiest round possible.
Yep. Yeah.
Ooh.
So okay. Then I will I am going to, you know what? Let's see if it works. I'm going to take the baton and I'm going to face it at one of these people panicking on the street. And I'm going to try to use the baton to channel my what I believe or what I'm going to say at them, what I believe, the lie I'm going to project into them to try and get them out of this spiral they're in.
Sure.
And just use the baton as my medium. And so I'm going to face it at them and I'm going to tell them that I'm just going to fill their minds with ideas of beauty in hugging your neighbor, and like, hey, create, kind of like being just like, hey, create your own community. Take your mind off of the song and take comfort in somebody else's embrace. And with full belief that, hey, that'll fix you. And so I'll do that to try and target that onto them. And if I have to roll out, I will roll.
You don't have to roll. What you are facing is that this is a community that's not learned how to hug each other and really embrace each other as people, but to embrace a thing around them that sort of replaces a good hug or a good touch or anything like that. So they don't know how. And your intent for them to do this, even though, like, is it a lie? Is it not a lie? That's maybe even hard to say, but trying to impart that intent to them spreads you so thin that you are like a wisp with tendrils all over the place. Like your sense of self is spread literally, physically in the shape of tendrils across the planet, because you are embracing them to teach them how to embrace each other.
Okay.
Graydon and I see this.
Oh yeah, it's very physical. Things that are happening are very physical.
Oh, okay. I will look to Graydon. Go. Repeat her intent as I'm going to go up behind Floor and essentially make sure that she's still conducting, like just holding on to her. We're going to dance. Back leading Floor as she's conducting and pouring herself out.
Yeah, you're doing that, and you become this anchor, and you've never had faction power, but you're very connected now to somebody who does, a faction power around the connection of others, and you feel Ko's desperation from so far away. Moths are entangled up above you. The lance is free and making gouges in places. Other things are being fired around you. And for a moment, it's almost seeing that another show is actually panicking, because you're not supposed to show that shit, but knowing that it's happening is a lot.
Like he's holding on to Floor, seeing all this, but at the same time, like, eyes are going wide. His mouth is just sort of agape in a sense of being absolutely dumbfounded. This is Robin having his Sheridan moment. As like the board becomes in view. And he thinks he's shouting, but it is but a stage whisper. As he just cries out, Graydon, help.
Graydon is going to reach forward and gently as he can, he sees Robin trying to help hold Floor together. And Graydon is going to try to do something similar, but in trying to help hold Floor together, but in a different way. Because Graydon thinks he sees Floor's intent here. And the sort of is it a song of some kind, or is it not a song? I kind of need to know how to phrase this.
Yeah, and it starts off as words, but I think it converts into song as the message spreads.
So Graydon is going to very gently, if you're permitted, is going to very gently just touch Flora's shoulder or somewhere, to basically just to show of support, essentially, and channel through what is being done, and project again this song. And the difference is, and with Graydon, it feels a little bit more like a church hymn because it's Graydon, so of course it does. It was either going to be that or banjos, basically. And but as it comes forth, the difference is that Graydon believes that everyone needs to hug each other. He buys into that. He doesn't think of it as a lie. Regardless of what he thinks, what he may think Flora's intentions are here. And so he's trying to take it up as a genuine call for the world to sing in perfect harmony.
Help you all are giving each other, even with Flora's kind of lie, but your actual faith in things, and Robin's naked need for help. That causes a spike of its own. You are tying yourself to this place in a way that is indelible. And as that is occurring to the three of you, I want you to go in turn and tell me what you are feeling as you can feel your cells being tied here.
Floor, I think, almost falls into the idea, almost in her nature, falls into this heresy that she's held her entire life, that she is more than society around her. She's above that. And the idea of then now being, above this, being part of this, commanding this, I think that falls into something very intrinsic in her. And while terrifying, it's almost the purpose, growing out of the shell into something bigger.
With Robin, it starts out as blind panic. But he's who he is and who the Hexarchy made him through and through. And so in this moment of panic, like, he's going back to his training, he's going back to everything, and then just settles on his shadow, his signifier, as a point of comfort and an anchor for himself. And again, that signifier is all is fair, and that shadow, looking like a fox, is the infinity symbol, tails to the infinity. So he just sort of falls, not quite like Thor, where it feels like falling out into, but falls more cascading inward into infinite loops.
So I think Graydon had said that this place reminds him of his home. And the thought he has is, having learned how horrible most of the galaxy apparently is, he is glad. He gladly will give himself to create one more place where he could feel at peace. And I think in so doing, we've mentioned the shadows, and so I have to say this, is the wolf shadow approaching stands up on its hind legs and reaches forward and puts its paws forward to also embrace with Graydon as they're fading into the reality of this place.
Tace, you have a separate but equally amazing, but also equally dangerous proposition. You feel your friends becoming part of this place, but the moths want to be free. Are you a man? Are you a moth? What's happening here? You are changing. You're pretty sure. You're at least half sure it's not just the drugs. It's not just the gum. You're out of that mode. But you're fine ish. You're in the crushing forces of two moths seeing each other for the first time, but you're alive. What's happening for you right now?
Think I lose touch with the others, or at least I can feel something happening, and they're receding. And I think I would, kind of be torn, reach out toward them, but then here I am in this place, that I'm seeing moths experiencing joy. And that's always been my heresy, has been that the moths are alive. The moths are, maybe even people, maybe even sapient, and what we've done to them is unconscionable. It's beyond horrible, monstrous. And I think I would turn back to the moths, and I would simply bask in their happiness. And there is one more thing I can do for them. And, whether or not I still have access to my augment, if I do, then I can send a command, and all of those safeties all those safety clamps that I removed, all of that prep work that I did partially uncouple the drive, but now I just kind of spread my hand in this kind of dream state, and the shattered skies, all of its armor, all of the cruft that I didn't personally bolt onto it. I worked on other moths, but all that shit, all that human added shit, just kind of explodes offward in this kind of like rain of, or expanding cloud of debris. And I know there are people on there, but they're inside. They should be okay. But all the shit on the moth goes away. And I don't know very much about this other one, but it seems it's not armored. It doesn't have any crap on it or anything. Okay,
No.
it was just captive. But it was maybe a truly wild moth potentially. That's fucking crazy. And I want them to be happy. I want them to be free, and I very desperately want to go with them. I want something else that that isn't what I've lived. And I thought maybe I found it down on that planet, and nope, nope, that was fucked up. Fuck that place. So that's what I got.
Okay. As all of this spins outwards, these intrepid adventurers are becoming part of a calendar of a reality for a planet broken, as a Narai finds new joy for potentially new life in the galaxy for these mobs. What happens in a calendrical sense, in a hexarchic sense? Well, this place, which was under interdecked, has a widespread spike. That spike leaves this as a dead area of the hexarchate for centuries to come. There's actually, canonically, several places in the hexarchate that are just missing due to war or stuff. And this is one of them. When people will talk about this place, they will, one, probably say nothing, but if they do know, they'll know that it is a space that is not to be tread upon. They know that it is a space where the calendar does not live there. They know that it is a space that has eerie sounds in the spaceways, and only the most enterprising pirate would go here. And some say there's still a crazy Shuos with a crazy amount of weapons in a spinning capsule that was broken away from a moth, defending it. And that's our story.
Oh.
Love it. Oh man,
That was
That was
so
amazing.
good. So good.
Yeah. Look, and we only like kind of died. Like we
Yeah.
not kind of, sort of. You know, we survived. Esque.
We have merged with the infinite.
We chose the shepherd sort of like biomechanical ending.
Yeah, exactly.
Mass Effect Blue ending. Yeah, did it. That was my favorite.
We did it. Yeah. Same.
This has been so good. This is so good. I'm just dumbstruck, really. But this was great. Thank you all so much for being here and playing this and for running this, and for those of you out there watching. Thank you so much. This has been a wonderful experience for me, and this was a glorious campaign. We're gonna go ahead and then as we're going to start sidling into our outros here, as we are figuring out ourselves and and things. Folks, take all the time you need as we're unwinding here. If we need to bounce back and forth a bit, we can do that. But I'm so grateful that Hollow agreed to run this, because this is it's a world that it's a series of books that he suggested to me a while back, and I just looked at it curiously, and I realized the moment I started reading how much freaking potential there was. And even though I didn't understand a lot of what was going on, a majority of what was going on at first in the books, but Hollow helped me through that a bit, and just helped me figure out a couple of bits that sort of then when bits fell into place, I was like, yes. And so this was very exciting to do. So as I said, we're going to go around, we're going to do our outros, and feel free to tell folks, if you like, you can tell folks where they can find you. Any final thoughts you've had about this game? And this was, yeah, I can't say enough. We're going to start, as always, with our calendar. Hollow.
Hello, I am your calendar, Hollow. I am, you can find me on Blue Sky, on that other site, at Hollow Invective. I guess also on TikTok, be as it may, how long it will be here, whatever, I guess. And God, I love this world so much. I have reread each of these books, each of the books in the series like multiple times, and I always come away with something else to think about, because it's satire on the machineries of empire. The name of the entire series is called The Machineries of Empire, and it's critiquing the place of hegemony, and it's an interesting dark read for me. But being able to actively tell a story in that world with people who are and are not familiar with the source material is fantastic. And I thank all of you so much for being here and for leaning into your characters and to some of the conceits of the world as they have been given to you, to make the story richer for all of us. And I really appreciate all of you.
Yay! Thank you so much. No, this was wonderful. This was so good. I can't say enough how good this was. But we'll now head over to PB.
Hi, I'm PB from @PB Plays Inside, where you can find me over on Blue Sky and on Twitch. This week, tomorrow is a Wednesday. I will be doing my solo TTRPG that I just finished writing on Monday. And we're going to be playing that tomorrow. It's called Gremlin Gifts, in which you are a group of small little gremlins who your life is all about pranking each other and setting up traps for your friends to try and navigate. It's basically a society run on your love language of being escape rooms. So as they've entered a village that has embraced that by setting up traps to try and get them every time they enter their houses, well, at long last, they want to repay the villagers for embracing their culture so well, and are going to set up the ultimate present, the ultimate prank on them. And it is a game in which you are pulling cards, and each card is an item, and you create a Rube Goldberg machine essentially to create this ultimate machine trap, escape room, whatever you want it to be. At the end of the day, you just need to cause chaos with these items. So that is Gremlin's Gifts. That I'm running that tomorrow on my channel at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time at twitch.tv/PB Plays Inside. Aside from that, do I have anything else going on this week? I do not. So this game, amazing, 10 out of 10. I'm the person here in this group that has never interacted with this series at all. So it has been a real whirlwind of learning a lot of things, and honestly, the most fun is watching you guys' reactions to words that mean things that I totally know what they are, and reacting accordingly to those situations. And just learning about what this world is, learning about how factions interact with each other, how people kind of exist in this world was kind of a little esoteric to me joining in to start with. But as we progressed and played, things became more and more obvious at how dire kind of situations are in the society. Pieces started falling into place, even as named characters from, I'm assuming, the series popped out and made surprise visits. It allowed me to really understand a lot more through your guys' play what this universe was. And it was just a ton of fun. From Tace's just, starting off with just always panic and being scared and like hiding as much as he possibly could, while also kind of being like this tech badass and hiding, but also clicky clacking away, and always showing this sheer empathy for this moth throughout it all. And then to have Pope's first Vidona character, whose name escapes me at the moment, just being just this like absolute psychopath, and really honestly setting a tone for the world, for me, again, as someone who didn't really understand much coming into it, really was like the first tone setter for the setting, and which I guess that's the Vidona's job, so like it worked. And seeing that happen and my pilot immediately getting massacred in a murder suicide, and then you coming out with like somebody of such an opposite personality with Shuo's Robin was such an absolute delight to see that shift in you. I mean, I've played a ton of games with you now, Pope, so it's always just an absolute delight seeing you play all these characters with their different personalities, with their different facets in said personality, going from Shuo's Robin being such a kind of like a like, oh, things are serious, but I'm also kind of like an unserious person, to seeing that kind of escalate to, oh, things are kind of serious and I have to like actually be here and present and a teammate to these people, was such a fun journey to watch happen. And then to have Graydon with you, Doc, to see this person just like, to me, to start off with, just very much look like you were just like, your character has had a bunch of like migraines essentially, in the situations that kept happening to him until the end, truly, until just you navigating these ethics and these morals that exist in Rahal land, that and bringing in your backstory, which was so really cool, honestly. And then at the very end, starting to take like command of what that means for you and what that means for the world and the ethics of it all, and embracing it at the end was such a beautiful journey to watch also. And of course, talking about a beautiful journey, Hollow, this was what a campaign, what an adventure. You did such a phenomenal job just describing everything for it to just kind of make sense, because like I said, it didn't. Like you guys said words to me, and I understood mostly what it was in a broad sense, but for you to just describe it in such a way to be able to understand, yes, sci-fi, but in this universe and how this works. And this is a moth, which is a living ship, which makes sense kind of, but then you really brought in like the fuckiness of the universe of just like, oh yes, the hallways kind of move with your intention. And I'm like, that's something. And then going into seeing how you played these characters, from kind of showing me and helping me understand that you can still have personality in this hellish landscape, in living within and the boundary of what a heresy is essentially, while also showing you what heresies were in this universe with such characters as our murderous doctrine officer, and this Ninefox shadow having fellow, and this and Ko, who is just I'm so glad to see that he also made it, because Ko, staple of the campaign, and just your beautiful beautiful poems at the beginning of each session were just so tone setting for like the entire rest of the session. And really, as you kept saying more and more, seeing how your campaign kind of fleshed out and how things started to make sense, and it really was just very, very cool. And I'm so grateful to have played with you and all of you for creating such an amazing story and campaign. with such a beautiful ending.
Yay!
Thank you.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Floor, I loved Floor. Floor was awesome. And just the ability to come in, just we threw you into the middle of this and to come out with such a commanding character right from the get-go. Wonderful. I loved everything about Floor, honestly. It was so good. And I'm so glad we had you with us for this.
Absolutely.
This Lake of Things. So, and you added so much, and so I really appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming and playing with us.
Of course.
And we're going to go ahead and head over to Ewan.
Hello, I am Ewan. You can find me nowhere in particular. I don't really stream in general. I met all of these players for the first time in this game, and it was really cool to, we're all stewing in story tropes and stuff, and so we're, it was really cool to kind of learn everybody and like kind of mesh with everybody and stuff. That was a really interesting experience for me personally as a streaming newbie. Yeah, I mean, Floor, you added so much. Floor added so much, even though coming in after the beginning had already started. Duncan scared the living crap out of both me and my character. Robin was a constant, chaos monkey, kind of didn't know if he was going to be serious or dangerous or silly in any given scene. And Graydon's journey was really really fascinating to me. It's just kind of like I keep trying to place it in other tropes, like did he join the dark side, or did he or something, but I don't, it doesn't match up perfectly because it's not quite that kind of universe, and so everything is shades of gray in a very dark place. Shades of dark gray, I guess. But so it was just God, and Hollow, your poetry kicks ass. Kicks ass. And just the just constantly pivoting off of all the weird stuff we were doing. I know I kept throwing wrenches and things like, oh, you're trying to talk to me? No, I'm over there. But just I didn't want to mess things up too much, but I also love stirring the pot a little bit, so that was really fun. I think we left things a little bit ambiguous with Taste, but I like to imagine that it's not that he became a moth, because even with calendrical weirdness, that seems a little strange to me, but that he could enter a kind of a symbiosis with the Shattered Skies, because I think it would take a number of years to unpick all of those horrible little filaments and stuff that Rahal Lohan's plot kind of inserted into the ship. The last like vibe communication that Tace had with the ship was that I could feel it in me or whatever, and it's fucking me up. So I like to think that it's a kind of penance that Tace would spend however long it took to get Shattered Skies back to base moth, base free moth, and what exactly that means for the other people still on the ship, unknown. Maybe they're going on a little involuntary trip. Who knows? But that was just I really like that ending for him. Just kind of just dealing with his horrible guilt and trying to find some kind of peace with it. So thank you guys so much. This kicked ass. That's really it.
Thank you so much for playing this. It was wonderful getting to play this with you. Taste was great. I just from the get-go just very much picked up the just sort of archetypal nerd vibe that was that is a wonderful character to be, and not even necessarily the easiest to pull off, but you did it beautifully. So thank you so much for that. And this was, I just love the whole running thing with the gum. I loved that so much. Just Militia quarters immediately takes gum after we had already just been looking at it. Oh God, we got to be very careful with this stuff. It's like,
Oh,
I'm
this
just
is
going to be
bad.
good. Yeah.
No, let's try it. Sounds cool.
Dangerous drugs. Scene 2. I'm taking the drugs.
Hell yeah.
Brilliant. It was just brilliant. So thank you so much for coming and playing with us. This was so good. And finally, we are over to Pope.
Hey everybody, Pope here. Pope World Build over on Blue Sky and start playing games. First business, then pleasure. If you want to find more of this silly face, keep your eyes peeled here on this channel. And I may have a few other irons in the works. Also just dropped a later start time for a Dark Heresy campaign over on Start Playing Games. It'll be Saturday nights starting at 8 p.m. So if you're interested, please give that a look. Or if you want to hire this mercenary DM, by all means, drop me a line. This was very special. This story is very special. To probably date this for whoever future yous are watching, this comes at a very tumultuous time. And this is a story of a clear dystopia. One partly of people's choosing. And there are both good and bad people in it. And rebellion is severely punished. But it doesn't make the rebellion a waste. As everyone acknowledges the horrors of this chosen society and the people who yoke others to it. And through Hollow's masterful storytelling, you got to see that sometimes even the alternatives are terrible or horrific in their own fashion. That the solutions aren't easy and the prices to be paid are exceptionally high. But if you want something better, you must pay them. This is a very important story. And so too is the fiction in which it's based on. I implore you, absolutely implore you, go read this series. Take it to heart. Study its context. Appreciate it. And this was absolutely amazing. Whether it's seeing someone so deeply human with taste. Like, he is someone who is not perfect in any way, full of questioning and self-doubt and fear. But even with all that going on, you saw his bravery. You saw how he put himself on the line for what he cared about. Even in the end, like, he doubted what he could do, but without him, what change happened would have been impossible. Absolutely impossible. And then you go to Graydon, who, again, he believes hard. He believes in the system. He didn't see the horrors of it because the system was deliberately hiding it. Deliberately hiding the truths of things from him and his people. And so he believed in it. He wanted to be a part of it, part of reinforcing it, making it safe. And then having a hard time when confronted with the realities of it all. he wasn't a fast adopter. He resisted, but you could see from the outset he wanted something good for everyone. He wanted something stable. His intentions were good, but for the longest time, he was upholding the system that was awful and did not join in a rebellious fashion until the very end. But because there were people who cared about him, who needed him, he eventually saw the light. And you had Floor, this incredibly cocky, fortunate, well-to-do, powerful woman who was a part of this empire, who knew her role in it and used her cachet for her safety, her amusement. But when rubber met the road, she did everything in her power to do what she thought was best. And even though her morals may not have matched up to everybody else's, without her, again, none of this change would have occurred. This was a coalition of rivals. This entire group, a coalition of rivals, came together and by their actions caused significant change. And none of this would have been possible without you, Hollow, in the clear, unadulterated love you have for setting, you have for storytelling, you have for humor, and there is no other word for it, your courageous embrace of the horrible and using that to confront people. So much in this current day and age, the horrible is used for nothing but shock. It is nothing but there to make you go, oh, and turn slightly away and make you feel off. Gone are the days of using the horrible to confront and convey a message. To use it as an example and to make you think. You, my friend, are a master of it. I implore you to continue doing this. And thank all of you for being here, enjoying the story with us, contributing to it by your presence. We're a live VOD, YouTube stories, nothing without its audience. You're much part of this as we are. Take care of yourselves and one another, and I hope to see you soon.
Thank you so much, Pope. I know every time you play any game, you always paint a beautiful picture. You tell, and there is it. Every character you play drips storytelling, basically, and so it is always awesome to get to play with you. Duncan was on a very specific trajectory that I think was just that you doggedly pursued, and I think it was came to a very quick and beautiful end. Beautiful in the way it was described, I think, and beautiful and terrible. And much like a fey creature. Robin, just knowing just sort of the way you conjured Robin so quickly, and just the showing us very immediately, very quickly, who Robin was and how Robin was, how Robin operated. I think really helped take stock of everything that was going on and helped push things forward. And I'm very grateful for that. Because basically Graydon was hopeless. So it's nice to have characters who are decisive about things. And so I think you were wonderful with that. And again, PB was wonderful with that. And just the sheer joy of seeing I just get sheer joy out of seeing Pope start a story, have a middle of a story, and finish the story. So it was wonderful getting to see that with especially with Robin. And so thank you so much for that. Just thanks again. Thanks to everyone. Thanks again to Hollow for and to everyone for putting up with me. My own peculiarities, and for being here. This was wonderful, and you don't want it to end, but alas, it has to. I really enjoyed this campaign, and it's just it was so neat to see the whole thing come to fruition. It was a work of art, a symphony in and of itself, and I was so very glad to have been a player in it. But who am I? I have no freaking clue. I'm probably somebody, or pretending to be. At the moment, I'm Jim Ryan. You can find me at OtherDoc on Twitch, YouTube, and most social media platforms. Wherever I'm not OtherDoc, I'm Jim Yes That Jim. My website is jimyesthatjim.com, where you can find my Geek Observation podcast and links to my various other podcasts, audio dramas, writings, and such. Down below, if you're watching live on Twitch, you can access my website, social media links, YouTube channel, and various other things. This Thursday, if Lucci is available, we'll hopefully be back playing Suspended, the old text adventure game where you yourself are frozen, but you move a bunch of robots around, essentially, and that's been fun. So hopefully we'll be able to pick that back up on Thursday. We play text adventure games on alternate Thursdays, and that's it right now officially. Now we have another game coming up. We have talked about. We have one or two more things we got to sort out, and just sort of as we're getting the final touches in place. And so I had previously said was to be this Friday. We need to just check back in on a few things, and it will be ready soon. Come back soon. We will announce it. But I am very much looking forward to it, because I wish to see much book-bound horror, and we will see it. But that will be very soon. Once we've dotted the I's, crossed the T's, what have you. So that is coming up. And let's see, anything else coming up? Well, so as again, streaming wise, playing video games, things like that. I do have a game I'm about to release that I will probably never shut up about. It's called 1 Year Hence. It's a Descended from the Queen game. It's inspired by the tale of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. I am very proud of it, because I took a few years to try to get it to the point that I like the way that it feels, and at this point I really like the way that the game feels. And so that is coming out very soon. I just got to finish jumping hoops through Roll20. It's very hard with ADHD sometimes for me to leap on things, and I can only do a tiny bit at a time before my brain makes me wander off and do other crap until I come back. But we're almost there. We're almost there. I am in the process of submitting the game to them, and hopefully they will approve it. So, and once that is sorted, then I will make an announcement, and a physical edition and a digital edition will both be available simultaneously, so folks can come and get it if they so desire. So please watch my various social meteors for that. And that, I think, is most of it. When we hit the end card, we're going to go say hi to somebody. I know that High Shelf Collective was doing some stuff, but I think they may have left. They left. Okay, so we're going to go say hi to somebody. I've got several possible choices open here, so I'll figure that out after we hit the end card. Feel free, if you're so inclined, to say hi to them with us. But in the meantime, just please remember, you are valid, you are unique, and that is wonderful because variety is important. You matter. So please remember to take care of yourself. And remember you absolutely can give yourself grace when you need to. Please take care, and we will see you all of a sudden. Farewell.